What's lost is found. Eternity spins around and around. Sands of tomorrow calling my name. Echoes of pharaohs burning like flame. Walk through the stars, but the deserts remain. Sands of tomorrow, we're one and the same. The Sphinx is smiling, her secrets are cold. The future's a journey, not just a road. I'm riding a camel with circuits and wires through dunes of glass, through infinite fire.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? Happy Tuesday. Hope we're all doing well here. Oh, hold on. I gotta change that for a second. Forgot to put that up there. I was getting real lost in the sauce on something completely unrelated. Well, I mean, it's somewhat related, but how's everyone doing? You guys have a good week? I had a fabulous week off. I know I had like a long stream last week. It was really fun because I had like the whole week off. So I basically streamed for when I woke up plus when Murad got back. It was like a 8-9 hour stream. It was really fun. But I've been having fun playing. I've actually been playing some other games. I've been playing a really fun game. It's kind of a beat 'em up called Absalom. And I also tried Mega Bonk. I don't know. Something was itching in me to give those games a try. Today's Fish and Chat, we're going back to clam raking. And let me see if I can show off why that is. I did not have any of this set up. There it is. Golden Pearl remains well above 24. And this be the best way to get Golden Pearl, if I'm being honest. Let's see. Let's make that a little smaller. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing in the background when I'm not obsessing about some other random thing. Hope everyone's doing well. It's been a... Hold on, wait. Is that... Huh. Hold on, the game seems a little off-center. Because it is. Interesting. How did your size decide to change? Hold on, let me see if I can fix this. Yeah. That? No. Okay, that should fit. I mean, it's not going to be perfectly centered, but I think I pretty much know where I want things. Okay. I don't know how or why I move things, but I did. Oh, I got a couple things I want to talk about today, too. I mean, there's been a lot and a little going on in the Turtle WoW world. I mean, I think the big, 400-pound gorilla that's in the room is, which screen did I have that on? This one. And how could we forget about this whole mess? I say mess because it's just... I am so ill-equipped to talk about legality. Not being a lawyer. Very much out of my depth. I had some forewarning, I guess you could say, that they were going to be publishing some sort of open letter to Blizzard. I kind of have mixed feelings about it. Mostly because the team's official stance for like a month was to like not talk about the lawsuit, and then they're talking about it. That's just me being sort of bitter about it. Like, I really wish you guys would have talked about it right off. I understand why they didn't, and there was like legal reasons why. Again, not a lawyer, but all the same, I could still be kind of a little salty about it. I feel that's just me whining about stuff. If I'm being honest about this, though, this involves, you know, real people whose passion and or livelihood depends on Turtle WoW, and I think that's a tough situation to be. And Blizzard has been escalating things behind the scenes. I don't know if anyone's been keeping up with it. I have, much to my chagrin. It's kind of like a car accident. I can't help but look. I don't personally want to get into all that, mostly because Blizzard has shown a history of throwing stuff at walls, even if it doesn't make sense, like in the case of Shagu, and then kind of victimizing people. You know, generally modders who have nothing to do with the development of a game. Why would you put them on there? So that's part of the reason why I don't want to bring attention to that aspect of it. But yeah, this is you know, my read on this is that I think this is a good move, PR wise, right? You want Turtle to be extending the olive branch, be like, hey, we hear you. You know, let's try to come to some sort of an agreement. Generally, this sort of thing, I think, works best when it's sort of gets a groundswell of promotion from people involved. So, you know, if your uncle really works at Blizzard, let him read this. Because if there's one thing I know about legal proceedings, pretty much the people that are actually involved do very little. They just kind of have lawyers figure it out. The clients, in most cases, have like just basic directives like, I don't like this, sue that, or like, I get sued. Don't make me get sued. You know, because it's a whole different world. This is also copyright law, which is like its own ball of wax. So I think there's a lot of stuff going on in the background that, I mean, I know there's stuff going on in the background. I'm not comfortable sharing it. I don't think it should be shared. And it's just stuff that lawyers are going to handle, you know. What does this mean for the average Turtle player? Not much. You know, it's just the latest maneuver. You know, I do regularly see on the Reddit, I'll see like people go like, oh, is it worth it to try Turtle? Blah, 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 with the lawsuit coming. Here's the thing. It's private servers. I mean, a Turtle WoW is like a standout exception. The ones that have been around for a long time are kind of standout exceptions, like Ascension, Warmane, Turtle. They've been around for a long time. And that's kind of, if I have any real takeaway from this, it's kind of wild to me that the private server scene has lasted as long as it has with so little abatement from Blizzard. I understand, you know, a lot of the scuttlebutt around the water cooler is like, well, they're coming out with their own Classic Plus stuff. It's like, okay. So, like, let them do it. I guess from a purely profit-based motive, I could see that, like, hey, they don't want competition. So in a weird way, it's sort of a compliment that they're going after Turtle and not, like, Ascension and Warmane. On the other side, I think it's because Turtle WoW has been so community-focused and community-facing that they're sort of like the low-hanging fruit to go after. And it has had a chilling effect. I mean, I think in the last, couple months, a lot of people have seen add-on developers kind of pee-pee-poof out of the scene. Completely understand that. there's some people that have like families and stuff, and they don't want to get embroiled in this. So, and Blizzard busted into the private server scene with like a shotgun and just started shooting up the place. And now they're like, okay, let's talk. And everyone's like, dude, you just shot a guy that had nothing to do with it. What are you talking about? And everyone's just kind of scampering. But I mean, I think for the average player, just enjoy it for what it is for as long as you can. You know, you never know when any of this is going to go away. That includes even Blizzard official servers. So I think my message to those people is like, just enjoy it. Enjoy whatever you can. This also might be like one of the situations where like you can be like, yeah, I was playing on Turtle before they XYZ. I don't know how it's all going to come down. It would be cool, I think, if Blizzard did take this olive branch and did something with it, because for anyone who's read it, they list some really good examples of publishers that found ways to license based on fan-created content, still maintaining their copyright, and then just made them pay licensing fees. You know, it wasn't crazy. It worked. I think the best example, of course, is Project 1999. I think EverQuest, old school EverQuest, is probably the most similar to WoW. They put some other examples in here, though. You know, personally, I'm most knowledgeable about sort of what went on with Microsoft and Mojang. That's sort of a different ball of wax. I'm just more well-versed on that just because I played a lot of Minecraft. I didn't really play on servers much, but I kind of kept abreast of sort of how all that legal stuff developed over time. And I watched the deep dive. If anyone ever watched Frederick Kunsen, he's actually a YouTuber I would highly suggest. You can find his stuff by looking up a docu-series called Down the Rabbit Hole, where my homie, who's definitely a whole color of the spectrum, just takes one subject and just does the deepest of deep dives. He did one on EVE Online. He's done a couple other things, and one of them that he did was on the unofficial, the various unofficial patches that come out from the community on Bethesda stuff for the Elder Scrolls. It's been going on for a couple of years, so actually I learned a lot about that. So it's interesting. I would say the one thing that many of these companies have in common is that they're like, you have Microsoft here. That's a megacorp. Bethesda, I think, is owned by EA, I think. Rockstar is pretty damn big. Valve is sort of the good guy, or at least perceived as the good guy in sort of this space, but Epic Games, But you see EA here. EA is here twice, and Microsoft is here. No, yeah, EA is here twice. But I think there's a lot of historical precedent for that kind of a partnership. Do I think Blizzard will take that approach? I think there's probably people in Blizzard that would like to. It's just kind of like what I was saying before. The lawyers are kind of handling it now. So in order for this sort of thing to work, it would need enough sort of community outcry from WoW players and internally in Blizzard to be like, hey, maybe we should use this tact. Maybe we should look at this because, and if you're a lawyer, God bless you, but lawyers get paid, based on the hours they work and then based on what they bring home to the table. You know what I'm saying? And I did at least look into the legal firm that's handling this for Blizzard. They have a pretty aggressive history, I think would probably be the best way of saying it. I don't know if that's gonna how that's gonna translate for all this stuff, but anyway, I'll actually look at chat now. I agree, Sauce. It did give me bad vibes too. Outpost, yeah, I think it was a logical move. I mean, what do I know about law? But I think I would have personally liked to see it a little bit earlier. Hey, Wildcat, hope you're doing well. You know, Lax Elv, you say they should hire the Turtle Team and just fund Turtle Out Team as a branch of Blizzard. There's some historical precedent to say that that's not gonna happen. If we go back to Nost, I think a lot of the goodwill Blizzard had with the private server community was kind of burned because there was sort of a bait and switch that happened there. They made the Nost team. They didn't make them. They got the Nost team to agree to shut down as a quid pro quo. That's legal talk, right? Hey, if you do this, we'll make, classic WoW a thing. It did eventually happen. That being said, some of the tactics they used were really, it's actually like documented that like they use like private investigators to harass people. So I think that kind of poisoned the well as far as like a complete kumbaya moment. So I don't know how likely that is, but I think people that are targeted by this lawsuit, people that are actually in charge of Turtle, probably would be a little circumspect about that angle. And yes, they should leave Shagu alone. I mean, for what it's worth, and listen, based on what I saw in the lawsuit, the stuff that they said Shagu did, Shagu didn't even do. My personal belief is that they mixed up Shagu and Shang, which is kind of a funny thing that old veterans of the community have done for a long time. And now Shagu's like a ghost. I love Shagu. I think he's great. I just, what can the community do? Like, first, by the way, the first blow was from us. Turtle WoW itself pushed Shagu away because there were people in our community that were being toxic and crappy to him. And then the lawsuit happened. It was a 1-2 punch, and I still feel like the community won't be the same without Shagu around. I have, in the past, I'm not going to say any dates or anything, but I have reached out to him privately. He's obviously a little spooked by all this, and he feels quite victimized because he didn't really do any of the stuff that's being alleged, and he feels like he completely lost something that he's been so passionate about for years. You have to remember, Shagu's been like working on PFUI and all those add-ons like for actual years, and just ripped away from him, not even for something he did. So like, but yeah. Hello, Haxer. Microsoft is here twice as well. Bethesda. I thought Bethesda was EA. I can't remember. Whatever, man. It's like 5 companies own everything in the world anyway. So, like, does it really matter who's who? Hello, Dapper. How's it going? Yeah. I think a licensing agreement would be the best. I have tried to talk a lot about, like, the facts of things, how things are going. But what I would say is that, like, I haven't talked a lot about, like, my personal feelings about it. And I feel like it's a better vibe to do that kind of on stream. And at least for my part, I just have to say it's, like, it's so disheartening to see this kind of stuff go on. Because I know, at least for myself, and I know for Murog and a lot of people I play with, going to private servers was like an informed choice that many of us made because we were fed up with Blizzard. And then to have Blizzard essentially chase us down and then still say, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Can't have that. It's just very, very disheartening. Satisfied Lemon. Is Turtle Wow shutting down? No. I mean, they're going to keep going. And I understand. I've heard at least, I can't say specifics about how this would all work, but I've had people, top men, tell me that they're going to keep going. And if I'm being perfectly honest, if I have to figure out how the dark web works to play Turtle WoW, I'll be playing Turtle WoW. If I have to figure out how cryptocurrency works to play Turtle WoW, I'll play Turtle WoW. That's me. I can't expect everyone here to do that, obviously. But that's just kind of my attitude. But I sort of understand that. There are a variety of things that can still be done. So I think Turtle WoW is going to keep going. I think most likely, I think development might slow down a little bit. Just because, think about it for yourself. If you're a player, you've probably noticed the speed in which communications come out has been, the tempo of it's changed, right? And if you've noticed that, I would assume it's the same internally. Things being a little bit slower, not for lack of desire, but just getting directives out. Because no matter what you do, this is like a big gorilla you got to pay attention to. And it's taking some of the emotional labor and effort out of the people in charge to pay attention to this and take care of this. And I don't know if he's watching. If he is, don't say so. But my heart goes out to Acalix, who I believe has been served. There was some public stuff. Again, I don't want to get into names. I don't want to get into that sort of discourse, because I think the people that have been named and have been have dealt with this, I don't need them to get any more harassment. But all I'm saying is my heart goes out to Acalix. I know he's sort of the quote-unquote sole American that was on that list, and that makes the reach of Blizzard a little bit quicker to reach. Acalix, there's been some public documentation I've seen. Acalix, if you're listening to this now or later, I just hope you're doing well. I hope you're making good choices. And I just want you to know that, I miss you. And I think the community misses you. Whoever they end up replacing you with, because I imagine they will at some point. I look forward to meeting them. I think I knew who it is, but I don't want to talk about that till they want to talk about it more, because I don't know how they're going to deal with public stuff, given the current climate. But yeah, I mean, you have to remember, doing Newsorg stuff, I was working close with Acalix to understand, okay, so the team's saying this, what can I say as part of the independent news? So I had a lot of communication with them, and I'll say this up and down, he wasn't a shot caller. In fact, usually when I had questions or complaints, I'd have to ask him to run it up the flagpole to the actual shot callers. So but my heart does go out to you, man. That's tough. But it's probably better than this happening to you when you're in your 30s or 40s, when you're more established. I mean, I know you're a young gun. You'll get through this. And good luck, Blizzard, getting blood from a stone. He's a college graduate from the U.S. If you're going to try to get money from him, he's got debt, dude. You ain't getting blood from that rock. But yeah, there's not a lot of Ritzo says thanks for the insider news. There's not a lot of insider news I even have to share. I mean, I've spoken to these people in different capacities since the lawsuits come out to sort of get their opinion, understand how they're doing, stuff like that. And I'm more concerned about how this is going to affect the community. That's always been my focus, has been the community. So yeah, I mean, I think it's going to suck. I think it's just going to change some things about the community eventually. I don't know. I don't have any time frames. I don't know anything, dude. And in a way, I'm sort of happy that, like, all along the way, at every step, I was like, no, I don't want to be part of the Turtle team. I want to be an independent community voice who talks to the Turtle team to get better understanding and be an advocate for the players. Never thought it would, the cookies would crumble in my favor on that one, but in light of the lawsuit, I'm like, well, you never know. If they got Shagu, my name could have been on there for, for equally bad and poorly chosen reasons. So, anyway, the only thing that I would suggest people do as far as this open letter to Blizzard is that if you know someone who's played WoW, or someone who does play WoW currently, I would just say share this with them. Kind of let them know your experience. And I think in general that's why the Turtle team made it public. I don't know. Like, I don't know how to signal boost this sort of thing. It's kind of confusing, and I've seen so many content creators that, like, come out of the woodworks out of nowhere, and then they kind of drama farm this, and it feels kind of gross to even talk about it, if I'm being perfectly honest. That's part of my reluctance. I'm like, it just feels gross. Like, I can't imagine putting so much work into something and then it kind of gets like attacked by someone and being like, guys, you'll never, guys, turtles in hot water. Uh-oh. Wow, look at this lawsuit. They're bringing out the tactical nuke. Like, it's just so gross. I don't know. Maybe I'm not the right kind of content creator for you if you're that kind of way, to each their own, but I just can't. I just can't, dude. Like honestly. Like, the shoe was on the other foot. I would be so disheartened about this. So yeah, beef and butter. That's kind of where I'm at. I doubt they'll take it, but I think it's a good olive branch to at least start things with. And yeah, again, I'm not a lawyer, you're not a lawyer. And yes, exactly. There have been so many clickbait things. Like, if you do, like, a YouTube search for, like, Turtle WoW lawsuit, you'll see, like, all these, like, thumbnails with, like, a nuclear bomb going off behind Turtle. There was even a article in, I think it's PC Gamer magazine website, something like that, where they actually covered it, which I think is good, right? But a lot of those, trying to think of a way to diplomatically say this. It's hard because I don't want to be diplomatic. A lot of modern publications in industry fields are very much captured by the industries they cover. Hey, you know what? Sometimes, even when I talk about stuff that's going on with the Turtle team, some of the people that I've been speaking to for years will be like, hey, can you not do this? Or can you not say this? And generally, unless I feel like there's a real ethical dilemma there, like, I'll probably agree with them. But the thing about journalism is that in order to get access, you need to have a push and pull with whoever, if you're trying to be embedded, if you're trying to, like, get into restricted spaces. So there's always a mutual respect. The mutual respect being your privileges can be taken away, and from whatever authority there is, the journalist can always just blow everyone up. You can burn everyone. You can burn your sources and publish something. Nothing I've seen in the years that I've been covering stuff with Turtle WoW has risen to that bar. The closest was Teddy Fear, and I got on their asses about it. And I got the documentation that I needed to prove that they did everything they were supposed to. So, like, they've proven themselves to be a pretty clean ship. They can have idiots, but it's. I haven't seen much to make me want to burn the team. Not to that level. So anyway, the reason I bring that up though is because PC Magazine, those sort of gaming publications, in order for them to have access, like early access to games, to get publisher copies and stuff like that of games to do their job, they also have to play ball. Like, they have to, like, hey, we have this big release, it's really important for us, it would really help if you give like a favorable rating. That's how it starts. If you guys ever wonder, I've heard stuff about Gamergate. I don't even want to open that can of worms, but I will tell you this. When you see reviews from big gaming publications, you're like, what are they talking about? This game was bad. Or vice versa, the game was great, but they said it was bad. That's where that's coming from. And some of that disingenuousness is sort of what really burnt me out about ever wanting to get in the journalism field. And here I am getting burnt out anyway. But I digress. Does Blizzard have a fish slayer? If not, kick rocks, Blizzard. They might have a fish slayer. I don't know. They probably have people who fish better than I do. There's people who fish better on Turtle WoW than I do. Free my boy Acalix. He was a great holy paladin. Right? I know that there are some people that are... there's some raid teams that were affected by Acalix's disappearance. And, So they left the Turtle Discord, right? What's their whole thing about that? I mean, who left the Turtle Discord? I think pretty much anyone who was named in that lawsuit left Discord, if not from the Turtle WoW Discord or just Discord entirely. It's not the same thing as like destroying evidence for later, because if you just say, all right, I'm good, I'm not. It's sort of one of those situations where if you ever see like ongoing legal cases where someone says like no comment or I can't talk about that, it's the equivalent of that. There's still people from the team that are speaking, but as far as like official announcements and stuff, they have like a bot that does it now. So it's sort of a nameless, faceless thing, which I personally hate but understand. Again, it's sort of the cost of what's happened. So but you know what? That's the heavy topics done. I mean, I'd be happy to answer questions as far as I can answer about it, but like, there's not much I have to say that I either feel comfortable saying or even want to talk about, just because I hate it all. I hate all of it, guys. It burns me out so much, and it bums me out. I have an unhealthy love for the community. And by that, I mean, like, I really love the community here, and I don't want to see it harmed. And I just feel so powerless in this situation. Yeah. Yep, it's going to be a long process. Things are going to probably change over time. Let's see, which one is this? Is that this one? Yeah. Also, in happier news, because I would love to talk about happier news. Oh, is it Control Tab? There it is. Oh, not that one. Come on, grab it. This Friday, not everyone knew about this, but yours truly, I got married in game to Murog, my lovely, beautiful wife. Sheil did like a little live radio show. He interviewed us about being married. The cool thing is that this happened on the 17th, and our anniversary was the 16th. What was really nice and sweet about it was that it was our 15th anniversary. So it was really nice to like make some cute content for the radio. This was us. It happened on Ambershire, which I've been trying to encourage the radio team to do Telebim and do Nordanaar more. They're really gung-ho about Ambershire. But I think Ambershire sort of started on third base with the radio because they started with the radio intact and like making programming. Whereas Nordanaar has been around for forever, and Turtle Radio has only been, in there for like less than half of its existence. And Telebim started when like the radio was in its infancy, and and you know, all due respect, but like it was getting its footing. It wasn't that great. So anyway, I'm still trying to encourage the DJs to spread a little bit, you know, do some events on not just EU servers. I know South America's had events and the SEA servers as well. I know they've done them before, but they seem to gravitate towards Ambershire. Part of that is, you know, like I said, they're just more, they're new, so they're sort of more accepting of this stuff, and they're more accustomed to it. So anyway, Zorg Darkness says, do you really think that Blizzard can possibly submit to the private server angle and give them license? I think they can. I think it's not very likely, but I think they can. Part of the reason why, Zorg, I think there's a chance of it working is mostly because the amount of money, time, and effort they're going to have to spend to like actually get rid of all private servers is just infinite. So, okay, yeah, all right. So you nuke Turtle. Turtle's gone. Okay, well, you have Ascension. You have Warmane. Anyone who has like a modicum of knowledge about how to run a server can just start a new one. And that's obviously, I have no idea if this is the case, but if things go really nuclear, what's stopping the Turtle team from saying, okay, we'll shut down. We'll, you know, pay you, you know, $20 more billion or whatever. Oh, what's that? Oops, we just dropped all the source code. Whoops. Like, what's stopping that? So, like, it could go that angle, but I think Blizzard's aware of that as well. So I think that's sort of the nuclear option, but hopefully it doesn't get to that. It would be funny as hell though, but only because it would piss off Blizzard. I took some other pictures, by the way, from the wedding. Oh wait, why is this not? Murag and I picked out these outfits specifically for the wedding. I think she did a great job. This was from the... I was the wedding photographer as well. She had, I think it was a store dress. Sorry, serendipity dress, I think. It might have been a donation shop dress. I was wearing most of my stuff some serendipity boutique. That's the cream colored undercoat and a dress shirt with, I want to say, the gray dress pants, and then the shoes are actually like a low-level gray item, I think. Dress shoes for men is actually kind of tough. There's like only a couple options for this version of WoW, but yeah, we had a good time. I got some good action shots. There she is with her bouquet. And there's Vrograg. Vrograg evidently is an ass man. Ass orc, excuse me. I wanted to share those pictures with you guys, though. We had a fun. It was a fun anniversary week. You know, Rulon, if you're saying, you know, you found it and then day 2 the lawsuit came out, just play, man. Like, this is hard for people to like really rectify. Maybe it's because I'm older, you know, I'm an old 40-year-old orc, and I'm like, maybe it's easier for me to keep things in perspective, but like, if you're having fun, just do it. If you're not enjoying Turtle WoW, don't play it. But like, if you are, just enjoy it for what it is. It's always been a legal gray area, right? So it could stop at any moment. I don't think that really answers your question, but I would say just, you know, if you're having fun, just do it. Don't worry about the potential consequences. Thank you, Feronia. We had a good time. We had a good time at the wedding. Zorg, I can't, I have spoken to some of the top brass about that exact issue, so I realized Mandalore got sick, and so I had to clean up a little stain he made on the carpet. I left that bottle there. Zorg, I don't know how it works, but I have brought up that concern because that's been a very repeated concern from a lot of people in the community. Like, oh, like if the servers have to go offline, are our characters going to be saved? I can't speak about the technicals of how it all works, but I've had assurances from a number of people that there are redundant levels of backups and contingency plans should anything happen. Yeah, Rulon. Yeah, stay in the moment. Also, that's just good advice generally. Is that I feel like The Office lifted this. I mean, maybe The Office writers didn't, and I'm not giving them enough credit because they're good writers, but I think Steve Carell's character says, that's the thing about the good times. You never know they're the good times when you're in them. And I think that's a call to try to be mindful and be in the moment and try to enjoy things when they're happening. It will help you in the long run, I think. So. Oh, Ben, you were there? Well, thanks for dropping by. I'm glad you could enjoy our in-game nuptials. I don't know why, but for some reason I was like really... This is going to come out wrong, but I was unusually sweet for Murag on our 15th anniversary. I think part of that is that I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable with like what I've been able to accomplish in my own life. And part of loving someone and caring for someone is also being comfortable with yourself. And, you know, even as recent as 5 years ago, I think I'm in a lot better place now. So that left me a lot more open to give and receive love from Murag. So I think like this anniversary was really special. And I'm not even joking. Some of that actually has been from like Turtle WoW stuff. I've been able to be proud about the work that I've done. I've been happy, you know, and part of that has been being able to be in the moment, have something to put my efforts towards, be creative. I'm always going to encourage people to be creative. You know, like, obviously I think we did something for our 10th anniversary, but you know, I cannot remember. The time flies, but, you know, if you find someone you really care about, enjoy the time you have with them and do what you can to be the best possible partner you can be for them. I think that's, in general, the best advice I can give. You know, I'm not a love guru. I'm also not a licensed marriage and family therapist like Murag is. So maybe some of her wisdom and training has rubbed off on me. But I think in general, that's just good advice. Thanks, Mugo. I feel like that's hanging up in some woman's kitchen. Did you hear any rumors about alt-rogue tiers? No, I haven't. Those are likely rumors, but that does dovetail nicely with something that I wanted to talk about today. I know I've done very little actual fishing so far, but there were some things that I wanted to talk about. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get out my my bank. Because, oh geez, we got to look at something. I had a rogue who was talking to me, someone who also did rogue tanking back in the day when it was still like a lot more doable and viable, and was telling me, hey, you know, I have my 3.5 pieces. And I actually, for some reason, I turned on my avoidance add-on, which actually, I think Vrogreg still has. Avoidance show? Did I not have it active? Oh, I do. It's right here. So, like, right now with my gear, I have 62.93% avoidance. There's 10 added right here as well. So I was like, there has been some improvements to gear. I think we can all agree there's been a little bit of improvements. And now, what is quite interesting about rogues, let me just show this talent off here. It is increases your melee attack speed by 5%. That's nice. And reduces the time between your energy regeneration ticks by an amount equal to your agility. Now, why am I bringing this up? Well, I think if anyone's been looking at logs, you've probably seen that rogues have been doing really well. As far as like raids concerned, part of that is because Blade Flurry is like a toggle now. You can just hit it. You'll get a lot less energy, but you can hit more than one mobs. That's a big deal. And another big part of it is, let's see if this poison right here, dissolvent poison, instantly inflicting this amount of damage. This damage ignores armor. The ignores armor thing is what is making that poison like way too strong. So you might see rogues like on top of the meters, which, by the way, I think they should be on the top of the meters, but they're quite dominant right now. So I would personally expect them to maybe nerf this poison a little bit, make it less overwhelmingly strong. However, the same rogue I was talking to did make mention that, hey, you know, I had my avoidance add-on on, and I was at some point in raid, I just noticed while I was fully raid buffed, I had like 90-something avoidance, and I didn't even have like flourish up. Flourish gives you 20 parry. That's a big chunk, right? That was the big part of what made road tanking possible. You could have a finisher. It used to not have a cooldown, but what you used to do is you just would always keep flourish up, and with that extra 20%, it was a lot more easy for rogues to become unhittable. Which made me think, you know, it'd be a fun little research project to kind of go through with you guys on, is taking a look at like how close can we get if we get everything in line. Now, if I were to go on my my rogue here, I have a couple pieces that I know is like kind of best in slot. I could maybe do a little bit better. One thing to note is that I think the ZG enchant for rogues gives you 1% dodge, which is kind of a big deal. So I have that on my pants and on my hat. The attack power is a big deal, but the dodge, if you're trying to get avoidance cap, also kind of important. Now, here's the thing. Some of these bone scythe pieces, they're great, but some of the bone scythe pieces don't have agility. And I do have a spreadsheet prepared. What you need to know is that 28 agility equals 2 dodge. So every... Is it 20 or is it 29? I think it's 29. Crap, now I gotta check. Guess I want to get that number right. Dodge? Nope. Defense. Dodge work. No, I think it is 29. 29 is 2 dodge, so it's 14.5. All right. Is it this one? Yep, there it is. Sorry about the flashbang. So, this is... I did have an old spreadsheet, but the problem was that it was old. So, I actually wanted to look at, like... If I had the 3.5, how much could I get to avoidance cap? By the way, avoidance cap for level 63 bosses is not 100%. It's actually like 102 and some change. But I threw together a quick spreadsheet to sort of see, like, because there's been a couple new developments, right? The real obvious one that I think is worth mentioning. Rogues get agility as far as a belt buckle enchant. You can see it right there. Rings also have agility. So that's I should have it on this one. I don't, but I should. I think my other ring has it. So that's actually another 18 if you add necklace and 2 rings. So you have another 18 there. That's pretty much another dodge percent. And I was like, how close can you get? For the purposes of this exercise, the best actual setup, I think, starts with Night Elves, because Night Elves have a passive 1% dodge and have the highest agility, I think, at base. I mean, sorry, I just see Deck lol? Deck, you say, how do you stay motivated to grind hours and hours into a character that you know can one day be randomly just delayed and gone forever with no recovering? It is the only thing stop me from trying Turtle WoW. For the same reason that sort of attitude could stop you from doing any hobby. Like, I don't want to be morbid, but yeah, like, something bad could happen any day. You don't have control over so much. So, like, if you bring that attitude to everything, you'll likely not try anything. Now, obviously, there's a level of prudence there, right? Like, obviously. So I'm not trying to completely dismiss what you're saying. Like, obviously, I get what you're saying, but the only cost you have is time. I would say, how do I stay motivated? I think, because that's actually the root of your question. How do I say motivated because I love the community. I think that's how I stay motivated. I was already captured by the community. That's how I love them. Well, I mean, Deck, that's true, but what about the classic servers that they ran back in 2019? What about Season of Discovery? What about those characters? I mean, yeah, retail, maybe that's different, but they also don't have the same communities because they do, like, sharding. No one thing stays the same forever anyway. But what keeps me, again, what keeps me motivated is, like, the friendships, the community, and also just enjoying the game. Doing some of the stuff I was just doing right there, I'm like, okay, so can we get to avoidance cap? Like, that kind of stuff I find fun. But that being said, I completely understand if you're like, that seems like I don't want to waste my time with something. Yeah, like, that's a perfectly valid point of view to have. I wouldn't begrudge you for that. And I would say, yeah, maybe there's some wisdom in that. Just for me, I think it's really hard for me to put myself in the shoes of someone who hasn't played Turtle at all. I mean, like, how, like, is it worth the risk? I don't think I can answer that question fairly anymore, because I know for me it's worth the risk. And for you, a new player, like, you know, you don't lose much except for time, but you can gain good experiences. You can gain a fondness for various communities that are here, and, you know, just stories in general. So, yeah, maybe the character won't be there forever, but I don't think it's that dire or that stark, perhaps. You're just self-imposing turtle basement inhabitant lifestyle. Rao Kangren, how dare you? I maintain a somewhat functional lifestyle. I mean, Deck, also, if I'm being honest, I think Turtle WoW is one of the only private servers. I think Warmane. There might be a couple others. I don't know the landscape of the private WoW server realms that well, but there's only a couple private server teams that have even been able to do exactly what you're talking about, like logging in after 10 years. Turtle WoW just celebrated their seventh birthday, I think. So that in private server terms is like ancient. And I suspect you, like me, don't really enjoy the concept of chasing fresh. It's a fresh realm, unprogressed. If you're like me, you want to get immersed with the community, find a home that's good for you, and then try to enjoy the game. I think you can still do that, but what I will say is this, if you're as fed up with Blizzard as I am, which I'm guessing based on your comments, you're probably like close to as upset at Blizzard as I am. Whatever you do, don't play anything else by Blizzard. Whatever you do with your time, whether it's private servers, whether it's a completely different game, whatever, just don't give Blizzard the time of day. Don't give any big publishing company your money or your time, because many of them, there are some exceptions, but many of them do not value it the way you value it. And I can respect you valuing your time to be like, hey, like, should I even do Turtle? Rod Kangren says, you've seen me starting your way in SFTC and you were sold by level 10? Huh? What is FSTC? I'm not up with that lingo, kids. Lax Elf, I haven't enchanted my ring just because this is just like my Mimi. I'm trying to go solo elites build. My other ring has an enchantment, the one I'd actually use for DPS, which of course I can't find right away, but hold on. Let me organize my bags. Once they're organized, it all makes sense again. Oh geez, this organization just didn't happen, huh? All right, let's see if I can find my ring. It's not here. I think the ring I used for raid is right here. I used Band of Acuria. So see, I do have my raid ring enchanted. It only gives me 22 agility, whereas this one, even without the enchant, gives me 34. But if I'm trying to go for a dodge build, rather than, again, Band of Acuria gives me 2 hit, so it's better than just raw agility. So that's probably why I have that set up that way. Again, the concept of becoming unhittable is a very theory crafty thing. But I also wanted to show off this thing too. Oh, so, yeah. I miss South Furian Trading Company. That's where I started on this server. This little RP guild. They have a little place out on South Fury River in the Barrens. They're great. I mean, everyone who used to be in South Fury pretty much left. But I still love those guys. I've even kept in touch with Koan, who was like the old GM of that establishment, and is the designer of many. If you see guild bases on Nordanaar, there's a good chance Koan built them. Him or Gior probably designed them. Koan did a lot of the later ones, I think. Sorry, where was this? So something you can do too. If I'm trying to look for, hey, let's look at leather head slots. Highest level, right? It'd have to be stuff that rogues can use. So Trickster Helmet. That is 33 agility. Does not have any dodge on it, but versus 30. So you see, there actually is some improvements, marginal, and I'm wondering if it's enough to actually make the difference. None of the set bonuses will affect avoidance. So, I'm actually going to update the spreadsheet a little bit to try to see what's the highest possible avoidance I could like conceivably get without going too crazy. I'm pretty sure this is the highest agility. If I remember correctly, the guys at the Devour might give more avoidance in this. So let me see if I actually have that one. I know I have that one, but I forget how much it gives. Guys, so this one has 19 agility, which is essentially a dodge. I've enchanted it with dodge. It doesn't really matter because the enchantment you can get from ZG gives a dodge anyway. So it's 6 to 1, a half dozen to another. So they're tied there, and it has an additional dodge on top of it. So if we're going for like mathematical equivalency, each dodge is worth 14.5 like we talked about. So 14.5 plus 19 is 33.5. Then when I bring up nope, not that one. I'll bring up this one. So 33.5 versus 33. So it's like just about tied. I would probably prefer this one because this one would help me with threat, but not much has changed for the head slot. So I'm gonna mark that. So guys, it has crap, I already forgot how much it has. Is it here? Um, 19. It has a flat raw dodge, but I'm also including the enchant, so it's gonna have 2 flat dodge. I'm pretty sure that's the best in slot you can get as far as avoidance goes. I'm going to go to leather, go for shoulders. Do they still organize it the way? No, they don't. Okay. Trickster pauldrons. 26 agility. That's really good. If I look at my client here, I have the Bone Scythe pauldrons, 22 agility. Could I do better? I believe the Death Dealer ones have some amount. Oh, hold on. Death Dealer. They have 27, so I can't really beat. I can't beat 27 or 27 is the higher, I think, right? Yeah, 27 is technically the highest. None of the other ones give any sort of avoidance chance. I believe if I even enchant these, the enchant just gives attack power, so it's not much. But it doesn't involve dodge. So the highest I can get is 22. I don't think there's anything else here that might help. Sometimes you can grab stuff from ferals, right? That's how I got the Guise of the Devourer, because I'm like, ooh, that would help my dodge set, right? So I'll just check on a couple of these. I think those are for... Yep, these are all for Druid sets, I'm pretty sure, yep. This has 15 and maces, that's not too helpful. 25 agility. They changed some of the Rogue Tier 2. Rogue Tier 2 used to have dodge on it, and they took some of it off, so... Unnatural Leather Spalders. I don't think these are going to have any agility amount that would really be competitive. Then after that, yeah, there's going to be nothing close. I'll just check these in case. Yeah, okay. So 27 is the highest we can get. I skipped right to neck. I did shoulders. Do I not have shoulders on here on the list? Yeah, I don't. Great. Tier 2.5, and agility number is 27. I could be incorrect about this, but I believe the highest avoidance one you can get is Presters for a whopping total of 36 agility. I don't think anything else competes with it. I'm adding in the enchant just to help. Chest, I have what used to be Biss, I believe. Maybe I didn't get that. I thought I did at some point. Maybe I didn't. All right. We'll have to go back to the... Swift Executioner Vest, I think, might be the highest agility. It should be here now. Did I miss it? 41. You're going to be hard-pressed to beat 41. But I'll take a look at some of these. You see, this one doesn't even have agility. Tricksters has 34. See, again, Swift Executioner Investment is just better. Yeah, 41 is a ridiculous amount. This is actually kind of a comparative one. You'll see it has 26 agility, and it has a parry. A parry is worth a dodge, right? Because it works kind of like dodge. It's actually a little bit better than dodge, because you can get riposte as a rogue. So if I add one dodge to the equivalent, we would have what's that? 40.5. Where'd it go? And this one just has 41. So that one could be like maybe as good. You might struggle with hit also, but we'll get into that later. But I'm trying to get like the cream of the crop. Other thing to note too is that there are all stats 4. So when I put in Swift Execution Vest, I'm actually going to put in 45 agility. Cloak has changed. I used to have what was like one of the best cloaks, I believe, but they changed how it worked. You see how it says 17 agi's good? And it used to just be like a flat 2% dodge, which really put it ahead, and you can enchant it with dodge. I believe there are better options. I might have a few of them. 26 with a dodge would be really good. And I think that's the best I can do. Let's see what the database says. So this would just be under... Okay. If anyone knows of one, I think they changed it to the world boss, the Nerubian Overseer, I think used to give a really, really good one, but they might have changed how that one works too. 29 is really good. That's pretty high. See if we can beat it. Sorry, I'm just looking back at chat. Hola, Jose. Hope you're doing well. And King says that's the point. Videos are more than elaborate, easy to adjust for your pace, perception, speed, and streamer is not. Besides, any questions you could possibly be able to conjure has already been answered so many times on the Rogue specific Discord channel for more than 5 years by now. Yep, but I like to see. That's the thing. I enjoy this kind of stuff. I enjoy the theory crafting of it. Let's see, 26. Does that beat the other one? Yeah, so 29 is the highest I've seen, but I think there's some that just has like flat dodge on it. Okay, 1 dodge and 7 defense. So defense is weird. A defense, I think I actually have the formula here too. Yeah, right. So defense times 0.04 equals additional mischance, and that's the number I'm using, but it means some of that's parry, some of that I believe is dodge, and some of that is increases the mischance. So that's like the formula you use. So defense is sort of a weird one. But if I used so 7 times 0.4, 7 times. Oops, I forgot that button did that. 0.04 gets me I believe 0.28 avoidance. It's not that much, but it is something. Hello, Vlad. I'm doing math. I'm not doing well. I could also be wrong. If someone actually knows how defense actually works. Oh wait, you know what? I can show how it works, because I believe my avoidance add-on will actually change. So right now, I'm at 62.93. Where is my... I have the Onyxia Blood Trinket right here. It gives me 7, just like that cloak does. And 2 parry. It's actually a really good avoidance trinket. But, so we're going to... So when I put this on, 62, I'm expecting 64 will be right off the bat. So we're starting from 64 because the parry's going to get added in. Give that a second to adjust. Did that change? Oh no. This is an old add-on. Avoidance hide. Avoidance show. It didn't change anything. I don't know why. Dang it. Hold on, let me see. What are my other... I could just do a reload. See if it changes there. Yeah, math is tough. I'm probably going to lose half of you guys as I just talk about rogue stuff, but this is something that I am personally invested in. If anyone remembers when I used to play Rogue Rag all the time back in, 2023, this is something I was absolutely obsessed with. And, okay, so 7 defense. Yeah, see, it got me 0.28 dodge. And... will you actually update now? It added to my stuff. Anyway, well, let me see if I can do this math. 64. 5.77. I'm going to reload again. Then we'll get the real number. Minus 62.93. All right, so it does indeed get me point. So 7. So the math formula worked. That's what I'm saying about that. It worked because I checked it. Yeah, point 0.84 isn't that much, but it's something. I do not think this would be the best one though. So 1 is 14, so it's 14.28. That's not great. This one has defense. I think the one that Osirian drops could actually be pretty good. I think that one still actually has some flat dodge on it. Sandstorm Cloak, there it is. So it gets 1 in 6 isn't that good compared to the other ones that are available. Agility. Okay, 19 I think is the current front runner just based on this. 26 is the new front runner. Ooh. So that is worth a flat 28. So Elemental Threaded Cloak is currently in the lead. And that one doesn't beat it. All right, so this one technically beats it out a tiny bit by like 1 agility. Every little bit counts. So that would be the new front runner. What was that one called? That one called was the Felforged Nathrasian Veil. Um, 29, and it gives, if you enchant it, you do get 1 dodge. For wrists, my bone sights get me 33. It doesn't beat that. Yeah, I think Bone Scythe might take it here. Okay, yep, that does answer that. 2, 3, 33. For gloves, I am currently using the blood flame gloves. The reason I use them is because they just come with the immunity to getting disarmed, which is like useful when I'm actually tanking. I do not think they are the top of the heap though. And if I check my bank, I think I might even have better. In Gloveland, Dark Mantle gets me 38, which is better than that. All right, so let's take a look at the actual website. This is a good way, too, to just look at all the gear that's available if you're ever doing stuff like this. 28 versus... $22. So 28 currently is in the lead. Yeah, oddly enough, it looks like the tier 0 might actually be the... That seems weird, but I believe it. Yeah, but Koisen, I didn't make it. I don't doubt you, by the way. I'm trying to see how far away I am from getting... avoidance cap. Not avoid. You can't really get capped, but being unhittable on raid bosses anyway. Yeah. So I'm sorry. That's crazy to me that these just happen to be the highest. So sorry, you guys can't see that, but yeah, tier 1. Tier 0.5. Has a flat 22. Yeah, judging it, I mean, it's something good to work on. Are you a rogue or are you a warrior? You know, you got to do your weapon quest, right? That gets you a free 5. And then there's different gloves, and there's new ways to get the weapon skill. Without Night Elf, it's around 81.07. Yeah, I mean, but Night Elf, I think, pushes that up to 82.9, I think. That's right. I am, Lax Elf, that is right. I'm doing everything else other than fishing. Because I want the answer to my question. Uh... 22. I think there is another set that might be better, but 22 plus 15 is 38. Okay, for belt, I know there's good options for belt. I don't have all of them either. Yeah, this one's pretty strong. It gives 32.5 of agility, essentially, which does beat out this. How many trinkets do I have? An unhealthy amount. Again, I've been playing this guy since 2022. I just pick him up over time. The Shadowhide Panther belt. Do I still even have that? I do. This one is oddly really strong too. Because it's like, that's a 30.5. But this one, I believe, takes the cake for avoidance. It's 32.5 agility. But I'll look at the best in slot options. Oh wait, that's leather waist. There it is. I'm pretty sure this one wins. Check any others. There might, you know, there could always be like a weird one I'm not expecting. I don't think there is. Like Shadow Panther. So, all right, I think I do have the best in slot option, which is so it's 18 and 1 dodge. That's the thick Karachi hide. Where do I get that disenchant tooltip? Koisin, that's part of PFUI. PFUI. There's like a module, I believe. Well, let me see if I can actually help you. So if I look for I'm pretty sure it's I'm pretty sure it's somewhere through PFUI. I really thought it was through there. It might be third party. You know what? Nope, that's not correct. It is part of Aux. I'm just remembering now. /AUX. Yes, okay, so I can show you just really quickly here. Let me just move the chat. I don't know if you can see that. You can see right down here, I have Aux tooltip value, Aux disenchant value, Aux tooltip disenchant distribution. This will appear in whatever tooltip you have. It's not PFUI specific. So that's how I get that. Happy to help. All right, pants. I'm gonna get one from an enchant. We know that. I have 32 from this. Do I have any better pants? Bloodfang gives 37. Woo, okay, maybe that one takes the cake. Nope. 2.5 is right now for 38. Okay, we'll check the website. Okay. 37 versus what did I say for these? 38. Okay, so 38 is the highest for pants. So 2.5. It's at 38, and you get 1 dodge with an enchant. Boots. I don't even know why I have these boots on right now. I don't think they're my best avoidance set. I think I just have them because I like the effective stealth level. 30 agility is pretty good though. Now, what do I have for options? 26 is the highest I see on the death dealers. It's tied with Night Slayers, oddly enough. Okay. So right now the highest I'm seeing is 26. All right. Take a look. Tricksters, Sabotage, they're at 32. And 32 actually kind of healthily beats everything. Wow, okay. 32, and then you have 7 for agility, so that's going to be 39 agility. All right. 3.5. Okay, trinkets is where it gets a little weird, but generally most trinkets, the best ones you can get, like, just give you flat 2. I don't think anything can give you more avoidance than like a flat 2%. I could be wrong on that. So I have for instance, this gives me 1% to dodge and 2 to parry. Sorry, 1 dodge. It no longer gives parry. I thought it used to give parry. Maybe I'm tripping. Take a look at my trinkets. I have a lot of trinkets. It's true. Yeah, see, vigilance. That's 2. 2 is pretty good. I also have the Onyxia Blood. This gives me 2 parry and then some defense. I think this might be the higher one. King's Edict. I've never heard of that one, Koisen. Windwalker boots? Did they change those? Those didn't. Back in the day, before they changed Rogue Tier 2, Rogue Tier 2 was like the best boots. And then they changed it because they took the dodge away. So if I look over here at hold on. Bloodbank boots. Now, these used to have 25 agility and 1 dodge, which put them way ahead of anything else. But we're talking about trinkets. There's a 2% enchant for dodge on boots? I don't know, Rauk Hangren. I don't know where they are. Let me check out Windwalker boots. Oh, I see 1 dodge and 22 agi. All right, let's see what it was. I mean, 32 is pretty good. Trying to find the Windwalker. They're not this far down, are they? Oh my god, they are. So 22 and 1, that's equal to 36.5. Yeah, I guess that would be the higher, right? Because it's not going to be these. those aren't bad. Yeah, I think you might be right. Windwalker boots. So that's 22 and 1 dodge. So 22 becomes 29 and 1 dodge. $29 and 1 dodge. Yeah, because that would put it over at 40 something. So yeah, yep, you are right. The Dreamhind leggings are 2.97. I'll check out the pants then. I didn't even think to look for that. I forgot a lot of those crafted sets even existed, if I'm being honest. 26 and 1 equals 30 and some change. Yeah, it is 1 agi better than that, technically. It's easier to get, I'll tell you that much. 30... Oh, sorry. I didn't do the... Let me make sure I get the math right. 7... Oh, wait, there's no math. It's just 26 and 1. I messed up that time. $26 and 1. Uh, 26. Oh, I see what's going on here. Because it has the flat 1 and then you enchant it, you get 2. So 2 and 26. I see what you're saying. Boots is 5 defense better than... I think 5 defense would beat out that amount of agility. Let's see here. Actually, it might not if you consider Kings, because Kings does consider enchantments. So 7 agility is like 3. It's like a little less than a third of a dodge. But yeah, they're about the same. I would actually rather have the agility enchant for the purposes of king stacking. Yeah, that's the thing, Koisen. I mean, like, I bet you at the end, the number I'm going to come out to is going to be very similar to what you already found out. But I would probably err on the side of king stacking, just because I'll end up getting 10% more if I do agility rather than defense. But that's good to know about boots having defense. I think the difference would be highly marginal. So probably for trinket, I don't know why I have trinket separate here, but Oni, blood. I'm just putting this in off of rote memory. It's 7 defense and 2 parry? Yeah, 7 defense and 2 parry. You kind of can't beat that. 7 defense, 2 parry. They might have better rings nowadays, but because you can enchant with agility. Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right, Koisen. Yeah, that was something they changed in 17.2, I think, or maybe even earlier. That would be better than 4 stats. 5 defense is better than 4 agility. So actually, I will change that. So if I had the 4, so it's 41. No. It caps at 4. That's the biggest one. All right, Parody. I'll go get Mandalore. I gave him some treats. I also like how slow my notifications are. I don't know if that played twice. Hopefully it didn't. And Mandalore's already off. He's gone.
More like Man of War. The prowess, the punch.
He does have a bit of a paunch, I know. I'm just doing this for... wait, I think... Hold on, I think Hoisin said there was something even better for Trinket. King's Edict. We'll take a look at that. Parody, I've been good. How you been? What? 13... Okay, actually, whoa. That's actually huge. 2 parry, 1 dodge, and 13 defense. Okay, guess we're changing this one. 1 dodge. No, sorry. 1 dodge, 2 parry, and 13 defense. That's nuts. Ring, as far as rings are concerned, I have Bane of Reanimation, and I think this one, 27, and yeah, I think those are the 2 highest Agi rings I have, because sorry, you guys can't see that, but I have Ring of the Godslayer at 27, and then I have 34 from Bane of Reanimation. Neither one of them are enchanted. I think those might be some of the higher ones. It'd be under armor, miscellaneous, rings. So you guys can't see the browser right now. Well, hold on now. 32 agility? Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a pretty tasty meatball. That beats out so it'd be 32 and 34 so far. So many rings. All right, yeah, I think that's it. So 34 and 32 plus 6. I think it's is it plus 6? Yeah, 34 and 32. 34 plus 6 is 40, and then 32 plus 6 is 38, and that would be Kara 40 ring I don't remember the name of, and then this is Hand of Reanimation. Ranged, doesn't Heated Sky Razors have a dodge on it? Something silly like that. I have the really good bow. I think I have that now. What is that? Yeah, the 18 Agi bow. 18 Agi is more than one dodge, but I thought Heated Sky Razors might have had more. No, it does not. Okay, so it's just a dodge for that. Oh, yeah, okay, so Hoover Stinger is actually still best. That's great, because I have that. So, 18. Love to hear that. 18. And stuff might have changed. I actually don't know, but my normal setup is Thunder Fury. I think I might have Thunder Fury on. I think there actually is much better options. I think Maladath takes the cake, though, because it has one parry on it, and I don't think there's a weapon that can beat, right now, 14.5 for straight agility. I mean, I'm trying to max out Avoidance Koisin. I'm trying to see how close I can get. I mean, I do have Thunder Fury, which would be my threat one. I think Maladath is probably one of the best. Kingsfall Fist. Fist of the Flamewalker. I don't think that must be a new one that I'm unaware of. Fist of the Flame. 16. Yep, that's pretty good. 16 does beat it, and then Kingsfall might beat it. Yeah, so it's 16 and 16, right? The agility enchant gives 15, so that's 31 and 31. That's Kingsfall and Fist of the Flame Dude. Okay, so over here, I have this is Mongoose 25. Food is 10. Squirt Box 25. Mark of the Wild 12. This is an improved Agi Totem if I get it. So I'm assuming everything goes exactly the way I want it. I just had this like as a fixed number, but that ain't right. That's going to equal sum of plus and then that's going to be multiplied by 0.1. So that gets me 52. So I'm getting 24 from being an orc, my spec. Yep, I can get to 60 and some change, it looks like. I'm adding 5 because you always have a 5% chance to get missed. I do not, Koisin. I do not have that weapon. I mean, it would still be like a change of like 1 or 2, right? So looking at this, only having an avoidance of just about 60. It's not that great. I think I might have done some math wrong, but that's okay. Oh wait, I did do some math wrong. Because this would be I didn't add these. This plus that plus this. Oops. Nope, I did the math right. Yeah. Probably forgetting something. It's definitely closer than it should be, I'd say. Exactly, Koisin. Like less than like that little isn't really going to move the needle much. This is showing that I have 62.93 total avoidance. However, I have Spirit of Zandalar on. That number would change drastically when I got rid of this. So, you know, if I'm fully buffed and, like, I do, like, a Ghost Strike or do Flourish for whatever reason, yeah, that's way closer to being unhittable than normal. Anyway, thank you for joining me on my adventure through avoidance. One day, Rogue Tanks will return. I do not think it is now. I could definitely off-tank some stuff. Yeah, I could like move around some of those numbers a little bit, get some threat poison, and, you know, probably with full raid consumables, probably be an okay-ish tank, but I would be super squishy, and I wouldn't do that on anything with the spell damage, but I could probably off-tank in a pinch. I don't think I could safely do Resuvius. I bet you some people do, but yeah, you know, Koisin, I would love that too. I would love if it wasn't just like a you're either unhittable or you're not kind of game. I would like it if Flourish sort of gave like a mitigation thing, but you know. Yeah, and you know, I heal druid tanks. I'm glad they have dodge, because sometimes when I'm doing a druid tank, when they're eating hatefuls, it's a wild ride. They do not seem like they get much in the way of avoidance. It also depends on how quickly you can kill it, I think is part of it as well. I know Plu, there's definitely a way you can get, if you cycle, so just theory crafting, right? You can get this 16 seconds, right? You can get this for 15. That's a total of 30 seconds, right? Because if you can do it with Flourish, you can get it happening, right? So the reason I say that is if you have a build that has preparation, you can essentially get like a minute, maybe 15, because prep would get rid of this cooldown as well. So it's very possible. Now, there are some other buffs that can be thrown out. Like, I know Insect Swarm would make a difference. There's like a couple other that can change how easily you're hit. How long is... looks like Rupture's 16 seconds. I don't know if it's longer with Talents, because I don't normally use Rupture when I'm goofing around. Anyway, thanks for joining me on my little adventure. Now let's do some clam raking. I'm gonna get the golden pearls. Just you wait. One big mouth. Damn it. There's a assassin talent that increases rupture duration. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I mean, I could find it too. I mean, it's probably... increases the duration of your rupture by 2 seconds, so it's probably 6 seconds if at full talent. So 6 plus... So you can get it for 22. Plu, this is probably one of the better spots, only because these Naga drop a lot of the clams. The clams are your best bet to get them. That part is true. You can also fish here, and you can get like stone scale eel pools when they spawn, which makes it additionally valuable. So not only can you get stone scale eels, sometimes you'll also catch clams. So it's like you're clamming while you're clamming. I call this clam raking. It's only a matter of time before I get the golden pearl. I can feel it. What's all the clamoring about? It's actually pretty funny. I'll tell you what all the clamoring about. Wait, hold on. Wait, I actually had a picture for this. Hold on. It's not that picture. This right here. The price of golden pearls is what I'm clamoring about. Hold on, wait, can I... do I sell it? Hold on. Let's get to it once. Rogues are very strong. That means I could just kill two, like, all the time. There's no reason not to. Well, the thing is, Raukangren, there's just not enough golden pearls. So if I look at the auction house right now, come on, and this is on Nordanaar, of course. Golden pearl. There's only 2 pages. It's somewhat frequently desired. This item is this only 1 page? It's only 1 page. So there's not that many. I'd guess maybe a total of 30 max. With stock counts that low, prices are just going to be up. You can't really do a lot about it. It's also funny in a way. None of you would have known this about me, but my my dad when he was a kid, just a little 16-year-old. He, and I'm not making this up, his first job was clam raking. Where he lived, there was like a healthy trade of clams, and he seriously just did that for a while. And he would tell me stories all the time about going clam raking. Like, oh, I could do that, just in a game. Indeed, the cycle does repeat. Oh, come on, shoot him. Will he chase me this far? I wonder. Oh, he won't, you coward. You think I bought them all? I would never. I don't play games like the auction house like that. I've been burned too many times. I learned my lesson. How dare you? I'm trying to provide a service here for the people. People want, nay, they need golden pearls. Oh, this other guy? Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of it's mostly circumstantial, but I've been seeing a lot of what I think might be market fixing, which is something the team has said time and again they're not gonna interfere on. The only times they really interfere is when they change ways people get stuff. But they won't intercede on behalf of anything beyond, you know, if someone's actually hacking. I can barely follow my own thoughts. I don't know how you guys think I can follow what you guys say. I have to put stream chat in the lower left of my monitor so I actually know what you guys are saying. Also, I think we get a disproportionate amount of resists for pickpocketing, and I can't prove it, and I don't know what the actual math is on it. Oh, moonberry juice, I'm rich! Hold on, let's get this guy. Oh no, I'll get those guys together. I'm sorry, did you ignore my cheap shot? How dare you, sir? Yeah, Feronia, they don't know that you're Mrs. Got Rocks. Like you got the money already. They don't know. Miss dropping 3K on my stream. I mean, there was a long time ago, back when guild banks were new, there was a dupe glitch that was used for a certain amount of time. It was before I was doing like Newsork stuff. It's something that I wish I could go back in time and prove more about. But I think a lot of it was sort of the ship had already sailed and the team couldn't do a lot about it. But there are some people that still actively play that I'm pretty sure benefit from it. And I would like to be able to prove that. But really, Mitchell? People were still duping on guild banks? I thought they fixed whatever was wrong initially. which they may have, and then someone found a different exploit, but that's besides the point. I just hate it because it's so destructive to the economy. That's why, you know. Come on, I've gotten every kind of pearl except the one I want. Oh, really? Those sound pretty good. I never played any of the Resident Evil games, but horror games just really aren't my jam, I think. I don't even know if you can consider that horror. It's like an action shoot 'em up, but no, Koisen, they're not. At least last I checked, they're not particularly expensive. Come on. Yeah, take the bait, take the bait. Why are you not attacking? Thank you. I could check how expensive black pearls are, but yeah, I don't think they're, they might be worth 15 silver versus, what's their vendor value? 10. It's proportionately it's a good return, but I don't think it's a nice thing to maybe do a little bit of, but yeah, no, they it's just kind of crazy too, because Turtle has jewel crafting too, and I know black pearls are used. They are Koisen, but I don't think they're. First off, enchanters, lol. But can I take 3 on at once? I don't know what's gonna happen here. Was I hitting all of them? I thought I was only able to hit one extra person. Let's actually read what the tooltip says. Your attack, strike, and additional opponent nearby. Your damage reduced by 20%. Your energy regeneration is reduced by 30. Last until canceled. Okay. Yes, Parody. That is exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, actually, that might be what's happening. It might just randomly choose, like, oh, there's 2 enemies that are close by, and just pick one of them. Which actually is good in some ways, because that actually helps spread damage and not get you, like, mega threat. That was an old meme from, like, in early 3.5 days. I remember it. It was like, when you're surrounded, that means you can charge in every direction. Come on, give me a golden. Give me a golden. I know you're in there. Stop hiding. Oh, we got a lockbox too. Lockboxes are also low-key. Can actually be some decent money in there too. It is a bit of a casino though. I think searching for golden pearls is a bit of a casino, if I'm being honest, but... yeah, Koisen. Actually, true story. The first epic Vrograg ever got, he was still mortal. He was still a hardcore toon. And I got a T-boost from one of them. You can get, I think like Gut Ripper, I think in there too. Or something else I'm forgetting that I think you can get in there, but... Hold on. You know what? If only we had some kind of a... Contains... You can get Alcor Sunraiser, Shadowblade, T-Boos. I think I got the Gut Ripper at one of the other junk boxes. I mean, granted, they're on the same table, but it's 0.5%. So, you know, Shadowblade's pretty cool though. I don't think I ever got Shadowblade. I think I've gotten Alcors though. Just figured I'd show that off. It was great to start Vrograg's gearing as like, oh, I got a great main hand. I have T-Boos. What do we got? Put an agility scroll on. Oh, that blew my cover. Oh well. I think health regeneration for rogues is the second best. I mean, warriors have really good spirit health regeneration. Rogues are a distant second, but respectable second. So spirit's not completely useless, but let's be honest, I'm just not getting hit by these guys, so. Oh, you got Mephistroth. Congratulations. He's a tough little sucker, isn't he? Oh, he's an elite? I got cooldowns. Come on, let's tangle. You are technically... Come on. Oh, let's dance. Got Flourish up. Love to see it. I mean, honest, this guy barely touching me. I kind of feel embarrassed for him. Also, I keep disheartening him, which is really funny. I only dropped silver. He's a quest late. Dang it! Well, I still flexed. Whatever. Johnny, don't curse them with the curse of breaking shackles on Meph. That's not nice. No one likes breaking shackles on Meph. I mean, yeah, that's all I really can do if I'm being honest, Koisen. I ain't winning no beauty pageants. I think they might have a ranged ability, so I usually like bringing the melee guys over to them. Iran shackles. Wait. Shade of Iran is in there? Shit. Am I tripping? I think I'm tripping. There's something I'm forgetting. I thought Shade of Iran wasn't in there. I thought that was in retail. Cavern Master Tisset? What the heck are you doing here? Who are you? Probably another quest mob. Yeah, shackles are tough. Shackles are tough to deal with. The ones that if you move, you die. Okay, thank you, Koisun. Thank you. Well, I see Maxim saying the hardest mechanic for our raid was the Iran shackles, and I'm like, I didn't think those were in Turtle. Now I might just be a local idiot, which I am. Come on, guys, give up the clams. What's going on here? You're not dropping the clams that I want. Did they come up with the changelog notes for this week? There was a funny one that I think's coming down the pipe that I got a good chuckle out of. I didn't know this because, like, why would I ever? Because, like, the mage I have does not have engineering. But evidently, Ignite was proccing off of grenades, which I'm like, how would someone figure that out? Until I actually found the bug report about it. It was a fire mage in PvP who was upset because they would throw a grenade, Ignite would proc, and they would knock them out of the little incapacitate that grenades do. I mean, Maxim, you might be right, but it's been so long since I've done a ran, I can't remember. I mean, they exist, you know. PvP can be fun. It's just not my cup of tea. That's all. Come on, give me the gold. Give me the gold. Come on. I know you're in there. I don't want any zesty clam meat. Hold on. Can I make anything with zesty clam meat? Like anything that isn't terrible? Zesty. Reagent for Undermine Clam Chowder. Oh, come on, man. That's not even that good. It does nothing, right? Yeah. Turtle Eye, you're killing me. I think I remember when I was leveling Rexana, I used that as a food for my bear a couple times. That was the usefulness and extent of that recipe being good for me. You know what? I didn't even need to have Blade Flurry going. I was actually done her before that guy even got to me. Hold on. Scroll of In? Alright, I have Spirit on. Okay. Come on. Also, I gotta remember, these aren't gold pearls. Those are Loon stones. You know, Plu, what I like, the best time I've ever had with PvP is when a random group in a battleground fights a random group in a battleground. Just the madness and the disorganization is great. When two teams are like evenly matched, especially like in an Arathi Basin, where there's jank, but there's not like as much jank as there is in other battlegrounds. I do miss spawning Ice Daddy. Come on, come on. Give me the golden. I know it's in there. Yeah, I don't know why, but it always tickled me when everyone in AV would call the Frost Elemental Ice Daddy. Also, I can't think of another... Is there another spot in the game where there is a Frost Elemental? Like in Vanilla? Or is he like... Does he stand alone as the only Frost Elemental example? When will they add Halloween stuff to the store? I mean, do they? Have they historically? I don't even know if they have. Like in the past. They might, I just don't remember. Lord knows I've forgotten the amount of stuff I've remembered. You want your guy's outfit? Oh, speaking of, I think I got the I got a gnome mask. I think from one of my. Did I put it away? No, there. See, got a gnome mask. Whee! Oh yeah. I mean, I think the event itself might start, and then yeah, the store and the events don't always match. Also, like I was saying before, the team has had a lot on their mind, and sometimes stuff like that kind of falls between the cracks. I could have sworn the Spite Lash Sirens had like a ranged ability. How are they just not using that? So do I, PLU. I do in a way. I forbid them from paying me, and I only take payment for doing the Turtle Wow news and uploading it to the radio stuff in Turtle Coins. That's how I donate. Speaking of which, actually, I should like shout out my own stuff, right? I don't really do that very often because I can't be bothered. Is it this one? Yep. See my my latest radio archive is up on the Everlook Broadcasting Company. If you want to listen to this week's news, it's on there, or it should be on the radio. It's in rotation this week. I did the background scene is the old throne room from the ruins of Lordaeron. Okay, so Koisin, I agree with you that they have those abilities. Have you seen them do a single... Like, I know I'm killing them quick, but, like, look. I'm fighting at ranged. You gonna do Frostbolt, or... just gonna run forever? See what I'm saying? I think something's broken with them. I mean, they're casting no spells. Like, not even like the... Because I thought they might have had a heal, and I see you said they have a renew, so... I remember killing these guys in Classic, and I've also done clam raking here before, so I even remember them having at least Frostbolt. Well, like, okay, so let's say they don't do Frost Shot. That's fine, but they do a Frostbolt. Like, they do cast that spell. I'm not crazy. So my question is, where's that? I feel like it's a fair question. I mean, I was pretty sure it was the ones on the beach. I could totally be wrong about this and just misremembering, but they're Spite Lash Sirens. These are the ones I've been beating up on. I have to remember to actually look for stone scale. Well, they've been casting nothing. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll make a bug report. I have done it in the past. Not that, like, this is, like, the most necessary thing, but at the same time, I like doing my part, helping make sure because, like, the reason I was not shooting them to draw them into melee was because I'm like, oh, they have a ranged ability. But watch, I'll do this. Come over here. Get a couple points for Slice and Dice, then go Blade Flurry. Look at that, she came right over. She has a dagger. I didn't even know they had daggers. Until today, I guess. Now, we do have some more clams to open up. So it's like roughly a 2% chance, I think, from the clams. I think that's what the database said. I definitely had one time where I hit 2 in like 10 minutes. And I've been chasing that high ever since. Will I ever level an Ambershire? Maybe. I mean, Ambershire gets the same treatment as Epoch did. Yeah, I was like, 4 to 6 months after launch. Yeah, I'll think about it. Yeah, Koisen. The nice thing about when I find stuff on stream, I can list my stream with a timestamp to say, like, here is the reproducible evidence of their abilities not working. Rather than finding a bug while I'm not streaming and then having to break out OBS and then fix it all. And then posting a private link. I'm like, no. Give me some of that sweet ad revenue while you're doing your QA work. No, I mean, I haven't been following Epoch too closely, Koisen. I mean, I did hear, rumor that they've been struggling since, the kerfuffle with having the Ascension team take over after a really, really rough launch. They have a lot of really good ideas. Good ideas are one thing, and running a server is another. Is like a different skill set, it would seem. So, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, look, I knew that would happen. It's sometimes it's how the cookie crumbles, Well, I like buggy messes, Koisen. That's what drew me into Turtle WoW. They've cleaned up so much since the early days. Using this janky-ass client. They knew what they were doing. I've seen multiple of these. I should probably just clean it up. Do my part. Make the beach a little cleaner. Yeah, I mean, that roughly sounds like what happened. I mean, some of the real difficulty is they had so many good ideas so quickly that I don't know how much experience that team has running a server. And like I was saying before, like that's really difficult to run a server successfully. So I think they sort of... the validity and quality of their ideas outpaced the amount of hype and their ability to make all of those things happen, which is really a shame because like they had some really good ideas. It was funny, like I remember there was like Epoch hype like 2 years ago when they were first announcing stuff. But yeah, I think the lawsuit that Turtle did spook a lot of people looking to start new servers, right? Yeah, and you know, for a lot of people, it's just like with Turtle. For a lot of people, it's just a passion project, and they don't want to like put their actual livelihood at risk for a game. You know, whether it was a convenient excuse or whether they were valid, in wanting to stop doing what they were doing, I think it's sort of a moot point. I think those are valid concerns for anyone. Well, Koisin, I mean, yes, but there's a long history of Blizzard just never doing anything about it. That I think sort of changes the vibe. I'm not saying that makes it any more or less risky. Like, Blizzard could have always done what they were doing, but it had been like years, and they had been pretty much silent about the matter. And they changed tack, and I think that does change people's opinion about it. Yeah, and Koisin, if it is just if it is just development, that's fine. But the second money changes hand, that's when it gets real tough, right? Because if the tax man can figure out who's making what money, then someone else can figure out too. No stone scale there. So many clams. So little golden pearls. Come on. Give me a golden pearl. I know you got them. What if golden pearls are like bugged right now? You guys don't normally hang out next to each other. That's kind of weird. Yeah, and I do believe people that do really good work, they deserve to have their development supported. I think that's fine. You know, I think it's a little different. Turtle is like at this point a little bit like a small independent game company. And they've had a good measure of success, but that's because they've been willing to expand, try new things. They continue to collaborate with their community members. They continue to get feedback. They're pretty aggressive against RMT and botting. It's not perfect, but it's better than whatever Blizzard's been doing. So, you know, they didn't have any secret sauce aside from just try, which is crazy how far that can get you with, you know, in the space of WoW servers. But I think it struck a nerve. I think another reason Blizzard got particularly spooked, and this is a little bit more in the realm of tinfoil hat conspiracy, but China, for Blizzard and for Turtle, they make a lot of money there. They do. It's true. And the numbers that I've seen is that roughly 90% of their video game players only play on Android or mobile platforms. If Turtle 2.0 comes out and that is Android compatible, that is a gigantic market that Blizzard hasn't even cracked. So that reason alone could really upset and ruffle some feathers. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I disagree because they already have in some ways, right? Hearthstone is on mobile, isn't it? I don't think they would use Unreal necessarily for their efforts, but Unreal is nice because it has the Android compatibility. Well, that's what's so crazy about Unreal Azeroth is that it's just essentially a faithful emulation of the actual game engine in a different engine, which is why it's such a game changer. And I think in some respects, which is why I think Blizzard chose to go after Turtle, you know, if there was really a decision, I think that had them really ruffled their feathers more than anything else. Again, I don't really know if that's the case. I'm not in Blizzard board meetings or whatever, or like legal when they decide to make that, but from a purely profit-driven point of view, that's what I see when I think about it. When trying to get to the bottom dollar, like why go after Turtle first? Because I think Turtle, even with the Chinese market, I think makes substantially less than Ascension, which does a much better job in incentivizing and having monetization, I think. I don't know. Again, I don't know the numbers, but just because there's like RNG loot boxy things that happen on Ascension. So at least for the EU and NA, I think that's true. Yeah, I think it caters to a different style of players. You know, I'm not going to sit here in judgment of how people enjoy games. That's not really what I do, and that's not what I believe in, you know. But I definitely think the vibe on Turtle is different than the vibe on Ascension. Yep, and it has a very competitive meta. I remember from the time that I did play on there. So I have some experience, some actual ground to stand on when talking about it, but I'm sure it's changed a lot. Where's that? Oh, that guy's fighting him. Okay.
I will return your favor.
Is Yulia trying to help me? Happen to know. Ah, I do. There is a quest chain. At a certain point, the NPC will TP you onto the tower. The quest chain starts, I think, over by the lighthouse or in the ruins of old elves east of here. Oh, thank you for the follow, Skillor and Nax. Also, Zadai, I see that you cashed in a posture check and a hydrate. I'll hydrate and posture check right now. Nax, I don't know how difficult it is to get into. I think if you can get into vanilla, you can probably get into turtle. There's some stuff to learn, but there's not like guides and like guideposts. You have to ask people and learn stuff on your own. To some that, sometimes it's a little bit of a turnoff for some people. But for me, I love exploring, poking around. Like early on in stream, I was like theory crafting if I could be unhittable with like the best avoidance gear, for instance. But I mean, also some of it comes down to taste as well. Also, the reason, okay, see, here's, this person, Yulia Domna, was asking me about, hey, there's like a quest area I haven't been to. Do you know how to get there? I told her yes, right? And she's like, well, let me group up with you. I can at least buff you. She doesn't know that the second she leaves group with me, because it's a paladin buff, I lost all those buffs. There are still new players on Turtle to learn with. I can't really make a judgment about that because I haven't played Bronzebeard. Ugur Makinder. So, I don't know. Hell, like, I'm so stuck in my ways. There's people on here that want me to play on different realms in Turtle, and I'm like, that sounds like a whole thing. I do still have Devo Aura. Am I still in a group? No, I'm not. Okay, how do I have Devo Aura? What is going on? Okay, I am not in a group because when I do this, it would say leave group as an option. Nope, sorry, that's not Devo Aura. That's Shifting Image Passive. That is a buff I get from Shifting Cloak. That when I get hit, there's a % chance that I am harder to hit. Yeah, I mean, I also recognize some people don't really, you know, Turtle isn't exactly their speed and something they don't necessarily like. I think that's fine, you know. It would be weird if it was something everyone liked. I think probably the real claim to fame for Turtle is that they have, in my opinion, the best emulation of what early vanilla was like, in that it's still alive and they're still changing stuff. I think that's like they definitely capture a certain vibe. You see that little buff that just went off? That was my cloak activating. What is HOT? Hour of Twilight? I don't think I've heard of that. Oh, okay. Is that under the Ascension banner? Who's releasing that? It's a Path of Exile passive tree. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, the more games that exist that are, like, available for people to play, the better. Let's go. We got a golden pearl. Woo! Easy. That's a cool 20-something gold in my pocket right there. And I got other pearls, too. I almost collected them all there. Actually, I think I did. It's iridescent, then I think it's black, small, lustrous. I think, hold on, is that the order? No, this is the order. Someone must be getting all the stone scale. I haven't seen any stone scale up. Yeah, I was actually, I was debating maybe streaming tomorrow and showing you guys Absalom. I've had a lot of fun with the game. You know, I come from I come from a time when like side-scrolling beat-em-ups were like quite popular, and they captured a lot of the vibe that with some very nice modern amenities and some like roguelike elements that make it very fun. So I was playing that a lot during my vacation. Very fun game. Very satisfying to play is the way I would put it. And I've played a little bit of Mega Bonk. It's just Vampire Survivors, but this time it's 3D. You can move around. And that's maybe underselling it, but I liked it. Oh, that's a good point, Haxer. I forgot about that. I have trouble just keeping up with what the Turtle team does while also holding down a full-time job and being a raider and doing other things with my life. I ain't got time. I ain't got time for all that. Oh, Haxer, by the way, I think I found a bug that I probably will report later. The Spitelash Sirens aren't doing anything. They should do something. Like cast spells. they just don't anymore. They gave up. All right, come on. Let's get some of this bread right here. Yeah, I mean, Mega Bonk is fun, but it's very I don't know. Like the gameplay loop is satisfying enough. It's just do you know how if you're really good at guessing when like a scare is gonna happen in like a scary movie, and you kind of get the conceit of what like a scary movie is, it maybe might not be so entertaining for you. I think when I play games like Mega Bonk, I'm like, oh, I see what's going on here, and it for some reason I just doesn't. I end up not liking it as much. I don't know. But, yeah, the other game I was talking about, Absalom, that has a really interesting story. Like, I like it. I like the characters. The voice acting's great. I think some of the music tracks was also made by Mick Gordon, which is pretty cool. If you like Doom soundtrack. Yeah. I mean, yes, it is pattern recognition. But sometimes when you recognize patterns, you're like, I know what this is doing. I don't know if that makes sense. It changes how I look at things. Yeah, Haxer. It's very, very replayable. I mean, the game on its own is quite fun to play. Something in my brain goes like, yeah, you know what's going on here. I genuinely enjoy when I get to explore and sort of figure things out. There's a lot of fun things to explore in games like that, including the beat 'em up game I was talking about. There's like tons of secrets, and I beat it during my vacation. I even got the good ending. But there's definitely elements of roguelikes in that where your build's kind of determined by which spells you're able to get early on in the game. Man, only one golden pearl. This is a shame. He's not God, he's the devil, the cooler god. Yep, yeah. Do you remember that famous meme with like Dave and then the cooler Dave or whatever it was? Yeah, no, God and Satan have the same thing. I should, if I'm fighting a guy one-on-one, I just need to remember to turn Blade Flurry off. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, there is some strategy to it, which I think is probably the part that I personally find the most engaging, where I'm like, oh, by the way, Haxer, this is what I'm talking about. These sirens, they're supposed to cast Frostbolt, at least, I'm pretty sure. Look at this. Doing nothing. I'll have to get some, like, proof, but I think someone in chat, I think Koisten or maybe someone else might have pointed out that at least according to the database, they have ranged abilities and other spells they use. I mean, I've already got one gold pearl. I deserve a second one. I deserve it. Why am I not getting it? What's going on? Their magic was stolen to power materialization of the new zone up to the north from you. Oh, is this where Moonwhisper Coast is going to be? Maybe here? It's pretty exciting. I love new zones. Come on. That sounds like one of the things I'd put in my change logs for the radio show, where I make up like in-lore reasons why something gets fixed. Come on. I'm not even getting clams anymore. What's going on? It's outrageous. I need the clams, guys. Give me the clams. stop dropping? Like, I haven't got... There's supposed to be 40% drops. They forgot how clams work. I must have missed with some attack then. It actually took a little longer to kill than normal. Oh, hello. Yeah, I don't... I know it's going to be in Kalimdor. I actually thought it was going to be closer to Darkshore, but the lore that they had on it so far that they've released has been essentially it is nominally a Night Elf area with a strong Tauren presence as well. Almost sounds like a Druid expansion zone, maybe. They put out some artwork about it recently, showing, I think, like 2 Tauren representations of what like the moons look like, I think. We'll be finding out more. I'm just really optimistic because there's so much fun storylines and stuff with many of the Horde races that I've been begging for a while to get some expansion. And not just me whining at the team, but I think like genuinely have really wanted it. So I think this is going to be exciting. Come on, come on. No whammies? Damn it, whammies. Where is Stormrot? Stormrot is in Baelor. Did you know that there is a whole Furbog village with a quartermaster above Timrama Hold Gate? That ain't there normally. Timrama Hold Gate's right about there. Let's go take a look. Haxer, you have my interest. Oh, Koisin, thank you. I'll me writing over there. See if I can get the change log up. Turtle forums. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Patch notes and change log. Come on. You can, just ignore. Just ignore. He can't hurt you. How do I get to that island? For Stormrot, to get to Baelor, are you Alliance or are you Horde? If you're Alliance, to get to Baelor, I do not know the full thing, but if you are Horde, there's like a breadcrumb quest you pick up in Gromgol in STV, and then the flight point will just open up for you, essentially, is how it works. I don't know how it works for Alliance. I think they actually, you have to take like one of the old style Griffins and just manually, worst comes to worst, just fly over there. Oh, hello, thank you, Dreamwalker. Wearing the lovely 3.5 Druid set by some of the lovely designers from Turtlebow. Yeah, exactly, Haxer. Although, I mean, again, worst comes to worst, I mean, just put on some swim gear and just hoof it in the water. And by hoof it, I mean, hope you're a shaman with planes running. Sorry, I said I would actually get this up. Where is it? Where is it? October 22nd. That's today. Okay. I have the change log up. Let me get to the gate, and then we'll take a look at the change log, and then I'll poke around and see what Haxor's talking about. Am I near the gate? Almost. Oh, fun fact, too. If you're a rogue, I'll show you a little trick here. I believe this is vanilla behavior, too. So you can go to any reputation. Of course, I'm friendly with Timbermaw Hold, right? I'm going to stealth here. Timbermaw Hold. I can force that I'm at war. See that? And then here, I can pickpocket them. There's your unethical life hack for the day. If you're resisted, they might get aggressive. And if that happens, don't fight them, otherwise you will lose rep. I know you should hack, sir. It's been a long known and studied thing on Turtle WoW. But, you know, rogues, am I right? Oh yeah, look, the gate does look kind of different, doesn't it? It used to just be like one of those really basic gates. All right, let's take a look at the changelog. Haxor, I wish I could do that with every faction. I wish I could be at war with the Forsaken, then go to Undercity, and then just fill my pockets up with... Okay, there is the changelog. Let's take a look. Most of this stuff, I think, made it to the cool ones made it to the news, if you listen to the news. Let me make that a little bigger. Okay. Alright, so Mana Attuned. This is the thing I think you get when you, like, start a battleground that, like, lets you buff people without losing all your mana. Is no longer moved from a player after a long-distance teleport within a battleground. Yeah, you could summon someone, right? And you still want the Mana Attuned. I don't really know exactly how that works, but I know they've been going back and forth about this for a while. The root effect of Icicle on its caster can no longer trigger negative effects. I think this is worded a little vague, right? So if we look at Icicles... Uncategorized spell, Icicles. So we'll just look at one of these. Right. So it says damage taken has a high chance to shatter your icy prison, dealing 30% of your base health as frost damage to you. Canceling the effect early will not remove the freeze effect. Okay, so here's why I think that's confusing. When your note says can no longer trigger negative effects, do they mean like the negative part of Icicles is gone, or is there something else they're not being specific about? This one could use some clarification, I feel. This one right here. Hey, Hard Chores, I know you're excited about this one. I did leak a little bit to them because I did look ahead. When I do the news, I can kind of look at what's coming up. And I just finished writing a story, well, like, you know, one of my RP stories about this. I saw this one, I'm like, I have to mention it to them. So so they know that it's coming down. One of the reasons they're, like, terrified of progging Nax is because KT, sometimes he's like, I'm going to Frostbolt, Volley, Frost Blast, Shadow Fissure, and do Mind Control in, like, 7 seconds. And that is hell on earth for any raid team of any skill. He was always supposed to have a 5-second cooldown. Now, it is random, I should say. So, like, he can, when his abilities are off cooldown, he can use them at any time. But the vanilla way it used to work is, when it comes off cooldown, he can use it, but whenever he uses one of those 4 abilities, it has to be, there's a 5-second global cooldown until he can use the next one. That was always the way it worked. And the fact that you could get bad RNG and he could throw multiple things at you at once is, like, very difficult to deal with. Exactly, Axer. I know, pickpocketing is its own game. Do we know where the new Draenei will be located yet? New Draenei? They're located, I mean, the Harborage is where the Broken are. Let's see, quest fix. I think out of all the spells that I have seen pop up on changelogs, I think Mind Control, like, takes the cake. It is just, there's always something going on with Mind Control. Player versus player damage reduction no longer applies when one of the participants is under Mind Control. Okay. This one is funny. I think on stream I even highlighted this like months ago. But the Syrian Infernals in Ashenvale, they had like maces in their hands. It was so funny to me. Sadly, they won't have maces, it looks like. I don't even know how bleed works. I'd like chat to someone about it. But apparently bleed effects is like a case-by-case basis. It's not like a particular enemy type, so that's good. This one, another massive W for hardcore players. So here's what would happen. You would be leveling as a hardcore in Felwood, and you'd fight a Jade Trickster who can mind control you temporarily. Uh-oh, you didn't realize. There's a hunter in the corner waiting for a hardcore player to get mind control, because when you get mind controlled, you become the faction of what mind controlled you. So suddenly you're in league with the satyrs, and now a hardcore hunter just blew you up in a couple global cooldowns and you're dead. That was something that happened, and has happened as recently as like last week. I heard of another guy, Nuts Berserk, died. There was a mind controlling Naga, I believe, in Feralis that did that to him, and someone took advantage of it and killed him. So it is tough. Rest in peace to all those that died while mind controlled. Your deaths paved the way for this. Oh, yeah, Koisen, I would have imagined they might be, the Draenei Exiles, they might be in the Harborage. I don't know if they're going to get along with the Broken, but they're probably just going to be like a new faction you can just get rep with. I don't know where they're going to be based, though. Yeah, that's right, Slips. Reduce the respawn time of Saltsco Murlocs in the Vile Reef. Probably some jank going on there. Illusions can no longer be used inside battlegrounds. Illusions? But not T-Mogs yet. Interesting. Months ago, I think it was Jamie came out with like a poll asking the community how they'd feel about like changing how visual effects work in battlegrounds. This is a good first step, I think. The fact that Obamsawin could go to a battleground, use an Orb of Deception, look like a gnome, is a little problematic. This is illusions only, though. Unless skins also count as illusions, but I don't think skins would throw too many people off the trail. But this is all right. Okay. I think. So these two items were part of my icon differentiation project. Let's see if I can actually pull that up. Let me see. I have to. Where is it? Okay, so and this is just a base example, right? So Mana Agate used to be this, which in the game looks like an emerald. However, a moss agate looks like what I'm highlighting right now. So I'm like, hey, I could make it look like an agate, but just give it a glow background, so it could be a mana agate. So that's why that change happened. And then mana jade, I swapped that one to look like an emerald because the actual jade icon doesn't show up. It doesn't reveal the glow very well. So it was just a swap. That's all it was. But I think something got messed up with it. So that's what that change is about, I guess. I had to, because I did the icon differentiation community project, I had to guide the team because I caught wind of that. I'm like, wait, what's going on? I talked about this one during stream. Again, this is a PvP win because if you are doing PvP, there's a good chance you do not like the fact that your grenades can give you ignite and then knock someone out of their disorient. That's the long and short of it. This didn't really affect PvE, although it would be funny if a mage with ignite like threw a grenade and then got an early ignite tick going on, or like you could get ignite from I think goblin sappers can crit, so that could have worked before. I don't know if that'd necessarily be good, but Shaman's Totemic Mastery now affects Stone Skin Totem. They fixed something last week, but they called it the wrong thing. So I don't know if this is a correction of that, but it did have to do with the actual block value that was granted by Stone Skin Totem. So maybe that's what this is about. I actually don't know. I don't know why. I don't know, man. What are you doing in Stormwind? I don't understand the Sewer Beast. You guys say the Horde lives in stinky mud huts, but at least we don't have an actual monster like living in our city that kills people. So I don't know. Oh, geez. Oh, wow. Wow, this one I didn't know about. Holy crap. Increase the chance to obtain an additional Black Lotus on high-level herb nodes to 6%. And let me tell you guys why that's awesome. Let me tell you. I actually have the documents ready to go. Let me show you what... Come on, I know I have it here. Here's what the last 31 days has looked like for Black Lotus. It been going up, and if I extend that chart out further, which I totally could, it been growing quite a bit. So if you're listening to the news right now, and you got a bunch of Black Lotuses, sell now. The price is going to go down. 8. Okay, just think about this, right? It's going from I believe the last I checked, it was at a 2% proc rate. So here is, I believe it was Dreamfoil, Plague Bloom, Mountain Silver Sage, Ice Cap. Those are the only herbs that you would have a chance to get a Black Lotus from. So if we take a look at Black Lotus. So obviously, you have a 100% chance to get it from... Can you guys... Yeah, you guys can see that now. All right, so you have a 100% chance to get it from a Black Lotus itself. That tracks, right? Let me get it all in here. So I thought it was 2%. Apparently it's 4% according to the database. I actually think it was still 2%. That's just me. You see how Dreamfoil is listed twice? There's multiple object entities, but they're essentially the same. That's why these things are listed multiple times. But this is going to change to 6%. So if you're an herbalist, whether you do herbalizing out in the wilds or you're just an herbalist within Dire Mall East, this is going to be a boon. I mean, actually, because I have been, it's funny, like literally part of my story from this market watch this week, I talked about how like hopefully the team does something about this because Black Lotus prices are kind of getting a little silly again. Let me see if I can give you the full history here because of course I can't help myself. Okay, so if I go here, item daily, Black Lotus, and you know, let's go back. Let's go way back in time. How early can I go? Let's go to June of 2023. It's gonna take a second. Okay, it says it's done. 123 week look at Black Lotus. So just to walk you through the history, just briefly, because I love market stuff. So what we have here, this is when I started tracking. This is sort of the crazy summer of 2023, where we had tons of Chinese players joining. There was kind of a sell-off when a lot of them left to go join SEA realms. This period right here is when there was just a big influx of just like regular, mostly English-speaking players. Well, NA. At this time, it was at 2%. As far as I remember. I think when they did, if they did change it to 4%, I forgot about it. It probably happened around here. And you see the big drop-off, right? But then ever since February of this year, it's been slowly and steadily growing, okay? And look where we're at. We're at the highs that we had back in, like, as high as it ever got, where, you know, it was, like, in the 50s. So, these are all market daily average prices, not minute to minute. Sorry, not hour to hour. These are daily average prices. So, yeah, Jose. Also, this is Nordanaar. Okay. I do have data for. Let me see. Let me get some of this. I do have data for Ambershire. Ambershire is too young of a server. Stuff's way too in flux, but I can show you Telebim and Horde and Alliance for that. Here is Telebim Alliance side. It's been going up too. And here is Telebim Horde side. Just give me a sec. This is the Horde side. In all respects, all of these different realms, which are the oldest realms, they've been going up. Now, something to keep in mind, Ambershire is, like, again, really new. They're still figuring out stuff. There's just less things you can use Black Lotuses for. I was calling for this for a while. You see this point right here? This is right where this little bump, we zoom in. This little bump right here, come on, right there. This bump right here, I'm pretty sure this is when people understood that they needed to start making multiple Dreamstone shards for this Scythe of Elune. You might be going, oh, Frograg, what's the Scythe of Elune do? How does that play into it? Well, let me show you something. You need Dreamstone, Eternal Dreamstone shard. To make this, you need 5 Black Lotuses. And this needs to be done like, if you have this enchantment, you should be doing this all the time. It's essentially like a crafting cooldown for you. This, in addition to all the flasks that are needed and some of the crafting materials needed for other things, means that like there was an even bigger pressure on Black Lotuses since the release of the Scythe of Elune quest. So that's why I think it kept getting out of control. I'm happy about 6%. I speculate personally, I think it might not be enough, but we'll see. We will see. Also, I did not see this one. I didn't see this in the server, like the server dev, like change log area. So they either added it late or someone in the back channels did it. I don't know. Blood Lage, Lenore's quest in the boss now requires 6 fuel. Oh. I just did it yesterday. I went and made. Okay. Blood Mage, Lenore's quest in the Blasted Lands. Now, so, I don't know how they're going to change what this is going to be. So, many people, myself included, so we'll take a look at, Blood Mage, right? So there's Blood Mage, Lenore. She only has 2 quests. She does the Int one, and I think the Spirit one. Yeah. So 25 Spirit. It pretty much it's only priests who would even want that one, but every single caster wants this one. Shamans and paladins want this, even if they're not doing direct caster stuff, because the additional int means that they get slightly more crit and they have a bigger mana pool. So if you're sort of a spell ret, or if you're kind of do like spell hands, which I don't think you really do anymore, but again, this one's really valuable. So some healers don't even use spirit, like shamans, and I don't know what the hell paladins do, but I know shamans stack MP5. I think druids do too, but I'm not sure. So you don't really have spirit, or if you do, you don't have much of it. So you would just go straight to using this as well. So this is a very important consumable. Now, when we look at Infallible Mind, it needs 10 Basilisk Brains. That means yesterday I farmed up 50 of them while fighting other people to get them. And it requires 2 Vulture Gizzards. I don't know how much the other one needs. So it's 10 Vulture Gizzards and 2 Snickerfang Jowls. So it looks like, according to this, she has 2 quests. So now those quests will only require 4 Basilisk Brains and 2 Vulture Gizzards, or 4 Vulture Gizzards and 2 Snickerfang Jowls. This is a huge win. However, there are going to be some unintended side effects. Let me see if I can show you guys. Because you know, I'm Brogreg, right? I have the documents. Blasted Lands Index for 1 month. Let's take a look at what it's been like on Nordanaar. Now, it's just been going up and down, right? I imagine this is going to trend down, though. So this is like the average cost of all of the different ones. It's Snickerfang Jowls, Scorepock, Pincers, Vulture Gizzards, Basilisk Brains, and there's a 5th one, right? Which one am I forgetting? Huh. Blasted Boar Lungs. Thank you, Koisen. Thank you. Haxer, I didn't... Is that really... Scorepock Pincer isn't that way, I don't think. It needs a different amount, I believe. Right? So if we go to Draziel... Salt of the Scorepock. See, it's 3 and 2. So this would match that. Rage of Ages. Again, 3 and 2. That's for the strength one. And then for Boar's Vitality. Again, 3 and 2. So specifically, Blood Mage Lenore's stood out in that they were 10 and 2. So this actually brings it into correction. So if you're like me and you bother to get Blasted Lands buffs, this is a huge win, okay? If you are someone who collects Blasted Land reagents, you might want to put them in the auction house now because they're going to get very cheap. You might be able to get a good price still for all, 15 people, sorry, 20-ish people watching. Sell, I guess. But that's a big win. I think that's going to be nice for the players. Also, if you don't know, on all Turtle Wow realms, the respawns on all of the mobs that drop Blasted Land reagent buffs is like mega tuned up, and all of them drop it at 80%. So just to show you a comparison, let's say you're trying to get Scorpok pincers, right? That comes from dropped by this guy right here. If we go look at him in Wowhead. So he drops at 36%. Is this for Classic? I think this is for Classic. I think this matches. Anyway, 36%, right? And this is the item you need. Over on Turtle Wow, 80%. And the respawn's quicker. I do Koisin, but I will say that this drop rate is way higher than what I remember from Classic, at least. Anecdotally, I'll say. The quest for int Blasted Lands consume is getting easier. So because each one of those quests has like an initial one. So where's Lenore? So if I do the Basilisk's Bite, this is the first one. So is it just the initial? Because if it's just the initial, that really sucks. It'd be nice if it's both. I think if it's your first time, yeah, go ahead with the 10 and 2. It's not a big deal. But the ones that people like myself repeat multiple times, dude, making it a 3 and 2 would be great. Oh, I see, Axer. I see what you're answering to. So that's pretty cool. Weekly War Supplies cache now offers increased material and consumables reward. Weekly Molten Supplies cache. So these are the weeklies that we've been enjoying. So if we take a look at what they've been giving, War Supplies cache. All right. So these are a reward from getting like 20 marks, I think, for dungeons, or doing essentially a ZG in an AQ20. They're respectable, right? It sounds like they're tuning up what's dropping in them. Now, they didn't give details on what that is. I'm sure we'll find out. But one of the fun things about these is that you could get Black Lotuses, you could get Flasks of Supreme Power. Also, you can get mounts. You can get mounts and pets from these. Not a lot of people realize that. Spirit War, Red Feral Raptor. So if we look at the Molten Cache... No. I'll find it. Molten Supplies Cache. There it is. So these, I've heard some complaint about these, mostly because they don't give anything that groundbreaking. Like, obviously, if you luck out and get a Flask of Supreme Power, that's great. Some of these are good, but I know it's tanked the value of Elixir of Greater Firepower, because a lot of people are getting these, and they're not needed to be used as much because they now last a full hour and they still persist through death. So that's changed it. Also, people have been getting fiery cores and lava cores. Now, these are kind of interesting to me because And these are needed for Thorium Brotherhood rep quests, and now like ordinary people, like not just raid leaders and stuff, are starting to get them in decent amounts, which has actually affected their price as well. So I'll be interested to see how they change this one, because like everything here is kind of themed around fire, and there's only what's this, one mount? Yeah, there's only one mount available, but that, I mean, that's fair. It just so wow, that's a pretty impactful change. So these two put together, all of these I had no idea about, absolutely no idea. So that's pretty cool. Raukangren, I will stretch. Yeah, and Plucivio, I think the flask mats have gone down, except for the Black Lotuses. Yeah, some of those I do track, and some of them I don't track. Let me see what I can spin up in my little automated thing here. Where did you go? Huh? Okay. I don't think I was tracking... Oh, no, I was tracking lava cores. Okay. Fiery cores. Heart of... I don't think I was tracking Heart of the Mountain. I'm not tracking Fire Bloom, which is fine, because that stuff got absolutely canned. Well, let's just see how those have been doing in the last, I don't know. Actually, that's a plenty good time frame right there. So this is essentially the last 180 days. Can anyone point to me on the chart when Molten Caches got introduced? Okay, well, maybe it's just lava cores. I wonder about fiery cores. Can anyone point to me on the chart when Molten Caches got introduced? So yeah, this did heavily affect those for people that need them. I oddly enough wasn't tracking Heart of the... I thought I was, honestly. Oh, Blood of the Mountain. There it is. There it is. Okay, I can do this one too. All right. Can anyone in class also point to me when this Molten Cache change happened? Yeah. So I think it's pretty clear to see that this has overall been a good thing, right? For the people that need these. If we look at Blood of the Mountain, it's an objective 4. Evidently this. I don't know what that is. But favor against the Brotherhood, Blood of the Mountain. This is like your last push from Revered to Exalted. There are some things you want from Thorium Brotherhood. I don't... Is it going to show me? Yep, there it is. Honored to Exalted. Dark Iron Ore, Core Leather, Fiery Core, Lava Core, and Blood of the Mountain. I don't know what they give as far as rewards, but I don't know why this is written up this way. They wrote this up. That's crazy. Richie's get faked. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, yeah. We'll see what happens. I'm expecting a kind of a big shake-up. I wonder if I can actually go right to that. So I want to prove to you guys, too, that... let's see. All right. So for Market Watch... Okay, check this out. Oh, wait. I got to find where the browser is. So I want to prove to you guys. Look, right here. Turning to sector analysis, Black Lotus continues its relentless ascent across 3 of the 4 EU network markets. I even finish up saying, what remains abundantly clear is unchecked demand for Black Lotus on Nordanaar and Telebin. Hopefully, developer intervention might help moderate these runaway prices for this essential reagent across so many critical crafting recipes. I'm just saying, I felt like I wrote the news into existence. Oh, I got you, Quayson, don't worry. So, we will see, right? Is this additional 2% gonna make a big difference? I mean, it essentially went from a little less than a 1 in 20 chance to a little more than a 1 in 20 chance, right? Because, like, yeah. Is that going to change everything? Hold on. If it was at a 4%, see by 2, it's 250. So it used to be 1 in 25. So that would be 6 to 50. Sorry, 3 to 50. 1.5 out of 25. Okay, we'll see what happens. So yeah, that's a pretty big one. Well, yeah, also, PLU, what I don't know is if they change the caches and how many Black Lotuses those drop, we could have a real price dropping. Like I said before, the reason they're so high on the fully progressed servers is because of the added pressure from the Scythe of Elune cooldown needed. That's the real additional pressure. It's not just a bunch of raid loggers, right? The raid loggers aren't helping, though. In fact, I'm kind of curious now. Not with you. How much is Black Lotus actually used in? It's a reagent for 10 things. And this is a one and done. This is needed with some frequency, especially in early prog. You need it for hardcore. Occasion. Also, the icon's been updated. That's not correct. Needed pretty frequently. Needed by pretty much every caster. I didn't know it was on the Enchant Cloak Stealth. Satchel Scenarius, it's good, but I think also some of these items themselves can be used for other purposes too. I've never Alchemist Stone. Huh. Increases the effects of that healing and mana potions have in the wearer by 33%. I forgot about this item existing. I don't know where the recipe comes from. Oh, it's a Kara recipe. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, I could see that, but really the big one's this, right? That's the big gorilla. So, hopefully it'll get a little better. Thank you for watching my show. Now, hold on. Can I get up there? Man, I need Mark Antius. Mark Antius would know what to do. He'd know how to get up there in a jiffy. No? What do you mean? What do you mean I can't get up there? Come on. What are they hiding from me? Oh, hey. This is new. Sapta Brewer. Hey, what's up? I am responsible for keeping of our ancient recipes and most potent formulas. They have been passed down from generation to keep our community with nature itself. The creation of our sacred sapta is trusted to me alone. The Timbermaw must keep our traditions and heritage if we want to survive these turbulent times. The recipe of our past. Okay. Alright, well, I mean, here's the real question, Mr. Sapta Brewer. What are you hiding, first off? And secondly, can I pickpocket you? I can. Good, good. Alright, carry on. I guess I should also check if I can fish here, right? It's probably not going to work, but we'll see. Okay. I can fish here. Interesting. What kind of a location is this? This is listed as Timbermaw Hold as a location. And I mean, guys, we're doing exploration right now. I'm going to find out what the fishing table is in this new zone. Lax Elv, I'm in technically Timbermaw Hold, which has never had a fishing table, I don't believe. It's in Ashara, right there. Sitting while fishing is the best strategy. Big Mouth Clam, let's go. Yeah, no golden pearl. This fishing table so far looks pretty similar to open water for hinterlands, maybe? Nope. Ooh. Hey, Turtle. Turtle, we need to talk. So what I just picked up here, this is a dark claw lobster. It's a level 45 fish. The only way to get it generally is to fish in the deep water of Ashara, and you generally need 420 plus fishing, I think, or maybe 400. I do not have that right now. My fishing skill is 335. This looks like this might be a little bugged area. I'm just not sure what... Firefin snappers. Okay, this is acting like a fire... Okay. I don't know what's going on here. I'm catching weird stuff. Also, one thing to note. I caught 2 dark claw lobsters, and then I caught 2 firefin snappers. These are doing double procs, like Hyjal. Uh-oh. Did Turtle make an oopsie? Did you leave a Hyjal here with a fishing requirement of 240? You've done it before. I'm not saying where, but I didn't think you'd do it again, but here we are. Putty, save your strength. Did you see the news? The proc rate for herbs will soon be 6% after reset. Oh, man. Well, I guess I got my new fishing hole. Hopefully Haxor's gone. Do you guys think anyone from the team is here? Do you think they notice? Do you think they're going to fix this? They're not going to fix this. So no one cares about fishing except for, like, me and Rodfather and, like, 5 other people. Shout outs to Handover. I know you care about fishing. Garth, who I think is probably playing Final Fantasy right now. I mean, Frony, you say that, but I promised the people that I reported the exploit to that I wouldn't show it on stream. But they didn't fix that one either. And that one's months and months old. Coming up on a year soon. Look at that. Double catches of... I mean, almost double catches of everything that hasn't been spotted yellowtail. That's pretty good. If you guys want some free fish. Now, am I catching stone scale? No. Is it probably going to happen? Yeah, it's going to happen. Just give it some time. Another black pearl. Let's go. Putty, they did post a changelog. It's one of the last notes in the changelog for today. It's gonna likely mean prices on Flask are gonna come down, which I know you're a caster, I'm a caster. We're living in a good timeline. I know, right? I actually showed on stream how much it's been growing. Yeah, if this doesn't give stone scale, I would actually be surprised. I bet you it does give stone scale, but not super common, but it might give it a double. Yeah, Putty, I can... Hold on, let me see if I can bring it up again. It was a very demonstrative chart. Nope, not that one. Hold on, don't want to miss this catch. Yeah? It's not just you. This is 123 weeks. So, like, it was at its lowest this winter, where it was well into the teens. By the way, we just caught some globes of water. That's huge. Because those can be made into essence of water. So yeah, it hasn't been you. It's literally grown. It's pretty much doubled in price, if not more, on average, since you've been raiding. Haxer, you say there's one more floor to this village. That's great. Does it have a broken fishing pool that I'm taking advantage of right now, publicly? I mean, I do like a new fishing hole. Haxer, do you remember, like, months ago when I shared with you that broken fishing spot that's doing what this is doing right now? I think they did it again. I remember. It's taken all my restraint to not go back there every day and live there. But at least it's not dropping stone scale. So there's another floor to this village? I don't see it. Or is it somewhere I can access? Or... I mean, yes, Haxer, but I'm going to tell you right now, if you try to fix it yourself, you're going to go crazy. Every person on the team I've approached about fishing has been like, I'm good. It's not as bad as Dance Studio, but it's close. Okay, it's probably not going to throw off too much, if I'm being honest. I haven't caught any stone scale. I probably would have caught some by now if it was as broken as the other one. But getting double proc is very strong, though. Now, one more cast, and then I'll go look for the second floor. Also, Murray's going to be home soon. I'll probably be wrapping up soon. Yeah, I got some time on my cooldown. All right. Also, the only time I've seen Sapta, I think it's been used for like shaman quests. I don't see the other floor of this spot. If there is another spot, I might have to fly to get there with like a GM tune. Hold on. Is it underwater? Nope. Further north? Doom Bros. What is the best fish to farm? Probably stone scale. It's the most highly in demand and most valuable fish. Close second is nightfin, which is used for MP5 food. And it's just hard to catch. There's no pools of it, so you got to raw cast it. So that's not as attractive to people. So generally the cost in it's a little bit lower. Third could be anything, white scale salmon or blackmouth for blackmouth oil, possibly even deviate. So oh yeah, this is this new. Oh cool, look at this. A little totem. Ooh, more. Yeah. Nightfins are pretty good farm for if you're just trying to make some gold on the auction house. What I would also say though is just be careful. If you fish in one spot for a very long time, you might get a GM to pop up and be like, yo, more fishing? Okay, any NPCs here? Ursa, Den Watcher. Ursa. Maw of Ursoc. Okay, all right. Oh, nice. I can ride in here. Oh, there it goes. This looks like the crossing. Cathor the Brave. Oh, cool, man. We have looks like you should have a quest. Many of the tribe have fallen to madness. The roots of the world itself seem poisoned by the demon influence. It is up to us, brave few, to fight back against it. Oh, okay. This is probably for the new 20-man. I think they're going to be putting in. Nakrog the Dark. The roots of the world dig deep, and shadows dig even deeper. Okay. Orthal the Tracker. Let me get rid of my fishing rod here. Oh, he can actually sell stuff. Cool. Looks like just an ammo vendor. Pargrak the Sleeper. Oh, he's an innkeeper. I can make this in my home? Ooh. Alrighty, that's nice. Yeah, Laxelf, they put it in the patch notes, like the advanced patch notes. I'm pretty sure the Nightmares of Ursal are kind of what they're going to be doing, like the new 20-man. Food and drink. Any new... A Heaven Peach. Radish Kimchi. These are new food items? Or they're items I don't see very often. Bean soup. Okay, maybe they're like in Darnassus, and I just not used to them. There's no internal mini map for this, so I'm just kind of vibing out the zone. All right, I came over on this, right? So if I go, all right, that's how I came in, and I believe I jumped down into there. Yeah. So what's across? No, that's Carthor. So I don't know where the entrance is supposed to be. I thought they might leave a portal up. Maybe I haven't seen it. Well, it's probably gonna be somewhere around here, I'm guessing. That's pretty cool. I had no idea this was here already. It's like part of what was on the PTR, like leaked into our world. It's not the first time stuff like that has happened, but Love when it does. It gives us a little sneak peek. It's also something Blizzard used to do back in the day. I don't think I talked to Dark. What are you here for? What do you want from me? Can't you see I am busy? Outsiders are always getting in the way, messing where they do not belong. All right, bro. Well, I'll remember that when I'm probably killing some boss that's been haunting you for generations. Huh. Well, I mean, there's only one thing left to do. Fish it up. This does give me a different zone. This gives me the zone of Ashara Ursulon. So this is a new zone that I'm fishing in. This might not have fishing. I caught a winter squid. Let's go. By the way, Doom Bros, some people like winter squid. They're not worth as much as they used to be because there is a gardening food you can make that gives the same amount of agility. That being said, winter squid's still valuable. I'm not getting any double catches, I don't think. Nope, I did get a double catch. So double catches are working here too. Interesting. Yep, that's a good point, Mandalore. That's a good point. So I can't out myself when I get a new spot I can fish in. Yep, I think it's a very similar pool table. All right. I got to get ready. Murag's going to be coming home today. Today. Soon, rather, I should say. Little reminder from early on the stream when I was talking about stuff. If you want to share the Blizzard letter that Turtle wrote with people they think that might want to read it, I would say do that if you want to help. If you feel like helping. Try not to doom too hard. Don't be like me. I can doom. Make sure to catch the latest Turtle Wow news. The radio archive is on Everlook Broadcasting YouTube right now. Otherwise, you can listen to the radio where it is in rotation. I didn't do a top news story because the biggest story was the letter, and I didn't want to touch it with the 10-foot pole. If I'm being perfectly honest. So, because I'm like, I don't want to have to keep asking questions. Like, there are so many things that would need to happen to make this story complete. So I'm like, let's just do Market Watch and Community and Changelog. Anyway, Golden Pearls, check it out. Black Lotuses, check it out. Going to be some big market moves, I think, in the next week or two. Keep your eyes peeled. The changelog is posted. You can go check out the forums for that now. Reset should be soon-ish. Yeah. Other than that, if I am streaming tomorrow, I'll be streaming like a different video game. I might want to show you guys Absalom. I talked about that a little bit. Really excited about playing that, maybe showing it off. Yeah, other than that, though, I think that's it for me for today. Koisin, it's okay. Hey, listen, that's what... If you're watching on YouTube, there's always a VOD. But shout out to all my Twitch homies. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're watching on YouTube and thumbs up the stream. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure to follow. And if you have Twitch Primes, go ahead and drop those. Love that. All right. So with all that being said, I'm going to wrap up here. So take care of yourself and take care of one another. When you're playing games, keep in mind the idea is to have fun, and if you're not doing that, you're doing it wrong. And as always, remember, the deadliest weapon is knowledge. Bye, guys.